to silence their phones. They've already been told that and everything. If I could ask you to please rise for the invocation given by Pastor Joel Garza and the pledges. If I could get the Nueces County Queen, Leighton Lawhon, to come up here with me, if you would, to lead us in our pledges. Thank you.
Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you, Lord. We thank you for this day. We thank you for your blessings. And I pray your blessing over this court. I ask, Lord, that you fill this place, Lord, with your peace that surpasses all understanding. I ask your favor upon this court. I ask, Lord.
Queen dresses I've seen. That is really very nice. That's awesome. Very nice. That's awesome.
It is Wednesday, the 5th, and of February. It is 9:05. We have all commissioners present in the courthouse, but Commissioner Gonzalez, I'm sure, will be joining us in a minute. He is back there in his office, so you may mark him in when he comes. I'll give you the time, possibly, when he joins us. We are meeting at 901 Leopard in the Nueces County Courthouse, and I call this meeting to order. I verify a quorum is present. Moving on to item D, does any member have any announcements of disclosures of conflicts of interest?
Judge, I already have one on file, but I'll be abstaining on an item in consent agenda, and I'll announce that when we get to that point.
Perfect. Okay. Then moving on to item E, we have some certificates of recognition. I don't believe I have those in front of me, but we are sad, I guess, but happy for them with their retirement. But there's three right here, that we are going to be losing almost 100 years of experience. So, but starting off, we will start with Rebecca Velasquez-Rendon's 30 years of service. We would like to congratulate you. Thank you for your service to Nueces County. If you would like to say anything, we are happy to give you the microphone for a second. If any, I'm sure Judge might want to say something about you since you worked for her. Yes.
Good morning. Just wanted to say thank you very much. Nueces County has been good to me for my career here as a court reporter. The court reporters and the staff have been very good as well. I appreciate everything that we have done and y'all have provided for us as employees. Thank you.
After picture. We're going to, yes. Judge, would you like to say any words about her or anything, or are we going to just do all three? Would y'all like to do these and at the last you speak or something, since they're all your staff? Yes. Thank you. Would y'all like individual photos? We can have you come up with the Commissioner's Court. We'd love to take a photo with you. So, yes. So if you want to come, or why don't we do all three of them, and then we'll do photos down here together, everybody. So that's a good idea. And next we have in recognition of Linda Harrison's 35 years of service. These are truly amazing, working at the county this long. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I just want to thank my family and my church family that's here, and of course our county for everything that they have done for us. Our public service I take to true heart all the time, and I do miss the past 30 days helping anybody, but I will find my niche volunteering somewhere. But thank you again, and it's 35 years and 8 months.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. And then last but certainly not least, in recognition of Judge Nanette Hassett's 30 years of service and our 28th District Court Judge. Thank you so much.
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve the citizens of Nueces County. Together with my staff and all the employees of the courthouse, we have managed to do a lot of work in the 28th. I think we have the best caseload numbers for the 28th through all these years that I've been on the bench. With the help of Linda and my court reporter and my bailiffs that I've had throughout the years. I do want to mention one particular employee that I had is Mr. Palomo, who was our last bailiff, who recently passed away. So I want to honor him as well for not only his service to our country, our county, and our state. He's served in every capacity. So I honor him for his service throughout his life. I don't know what to say. I feel very sad and very optimistic. I am happy that that you are honoring my employees because they in fact served many years for this county, and they have really, Linda in particular has been a public servant all her life, in and out of the courthouse. So she is the one who basically is the heartbeat of court. And she has done wonderful things, not only for the parties that come in, but also for her community. And I want to honor her. And Becky, too. Becky has been by my side through thick and thin. She very rarely took time off to be in court. And that is an example of the employees of the 28th District Court. I want to thank my husband and my family as well. If not, this would not be possible. I have 3 kids, and all through the 28th District Court, they were little bitty kids, and now they're adults, and now they say, Mom, what are you going to do now? I said, I'll think of a few things. And I also want to thank the Board of Judges, all the judges that I have served through, and there has been many, starting with Judge Douglas and Judge Ramos and Joaquin Villarreal. I mean, I could name all the judges that I served with, and it's been a complete honor. And thank you, Commissioners Court, for all the assistance. I know I was thinking about this morning, but I've been through floods, I've been through hurricanes, I've been through COVID, I've been through snow, I've been through almost every type of tragedy that can happen, and we've survived, and that's a testament to the Commissioners Court with your assistance. And every morning I will look out the window, and Linda would know. I have seen buildings go up, and I've seen buildings go down, I've seen bridges go up, and we're still waiting for the bridge. We saw the bridge of the gap, and now it's not a gap, and it's working out well. But and every day I say, Linda, I got to tell that engineer to work on that, and I was a supervisor. We saw the Brazos building go down and RTA go up, and we used to see the Lexington, except they put the ABC Center right in our view. But it's been an amazing experience. I feel very honored and privileged to have served, and it was a great responsibility, and I believe I did the very best. So thank you very much, everyone.
Hi, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Judge Bobby Galvan. I have been honored to serve along on the Board of Judges with Judge Hassett for 18 years. When I first took the bench, Judge Hassett was an asset to me. She gave me a lot of advice and has given me a lot of advice over the years, and has also given a lot of advice to a lot of young judges as they've come through. Judge Hassett is a local girl. She went to Miller High School, and came back and went to school in UTEP, got her undergraduate, and then South Texas College of Law, but came back home to serve her community, and served her community. She was with the county and represented the county on CPS cases, and she's done 28 years on the bench. She's a great friend, a great jurist, really gave her life to the community. She talks a bunch of nice things about everybody else, and I'm here to say some nice things about her.
All the committees we served
All
on.
the committees we served on, and you know, we had a lot of good times. She was elected to 7 terms, and she got a lot of opponents, and every time she prevailed. And she prevailed, I suspect, because the citizens of this county trusted her, and because she was fair and treated people in a respectful fashion and did what a true jurist should do. So, please join me in thanking Judge Hassett for 30 years of public service.
Does anyone else wish to speak on behalf of these ladies? Commissioner Matas?
I would, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I first seen my parents and said I must be in trouble, but we've known Linda a long time, and so your parents show up to work. You know you're in trouble. It's work or school, but they're here to support Linda, and I know they've always been fans of the judge and all the work that her court has done and staff have done all these years. So, Rebecca, thank you for your years. You and Mike's better half, and we thank you for all your service, and Mike's as well. But just as someone who's always followed politics and loved politics, I remember the rise of Judge Nanette, right? That was commonly referred to, endearingly referred to over the years, and her rise when she ran for her first time. And it was historic. There was a lot of names that you mentioned that are no longer with us, but whose spirit, whose calling still fills this courthouse, who inspired many who are here or who have run for judge or continue to be judges. And so this is what our purpose is as Commissioners Court, is to support you with the resources you need to be able to have the staff that you have so that you can carry out justice. That's one of the tenets that's given to county government. There's not really truly many that are required of us, but it's the administration of justice. And we're just here to provide you with the budget to do it. And we know that it's been lean years. You want to talk about lean years and strategy and weather and all these other things. It's lean years and budgets as well. But you've made do, and you've gone and continue to do your job, and that's a hard thing to find. I don't know if we'll ever get to the point, maybe with some of our other judges, to where the amount of staff that you've had for as long as you've had to stay here in one place. That's just not what you find in work anymore anywhere. So the fact that you were able to maintain a majority of your key staff is a testament to you. And we know that you've made a name for yourself. And so this is an honor just to be able just to say this to you. I was sad to hear that you weren't running again, but y'all are so young still, right? You still have so many things in life to plan for and do. And I know Linda has been mentioning about, what do I do? Well, I see her volunteering all over the place. So we know she's keeping busy, and we know that y'all will do plenty of work with your years ahead. So congratulations. Thank you for your years of service. It's been an honor to have you here at the courthouse, each of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Chesney?
Judge, yes, I just want to thank all these ladies for their incredible service. Truly, to sit on that bench for 28 years and hear the types of cases that you had to hear, no thank you. I really, that is a grueling job, the kinds of cases that you hear. You've always had the friendliest staff. I truly, Linda comes from a family of public service. I mean, it's just, we really appreciate everything that you've done. It really, it's interesting because as my short stint on the bench, you find that you really don't, politics doesn't come into play as a judge. It really doesn't. Nobody really cares if you're a Democrat or Republican. They just care if you're a fair judge. And you always had that reputation, Judge. It's appreciated, the service that you put to this county and to this state and all of your staff. And as Commissioner Mott has talked about, to have staff that have stayed with you for this long is a true testament to you, and it's a true testament to the kind of people they are as well. So thank you very much for your service. It's greatly appreciated. You'll be missed around the courthouse. I'm sure we'll see you around the courthouse. I'm sure there might be a few visiting assignments coming your way because, Judge Galvan, he's ready to get out too, so he's going to need a lot of coverage, right? And we'll miss him when he goes. But thank you again. We really appreciate everything you've done. We appreciate all of your service, and when I say all, I mean all three of you. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Pusley?
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see. Is my mic on now? There you go. Well, yeah, as everyone has said, thank you very much for your service to this community, all three of you. To serve that length of time in one position, I know is a great sacrifice, and public service is a great sacrifice, many times at the chagrin or the for your family. You have to miss family things that you would rather be doing with them, but thank you very much for all that you've done. Judge Nanette and I are across the street neighbors, so we wave at each other, and I'm going to be very jealous when I leave in the morning and see her car still in the driveway. Anyway, thank you very much, Judge, for your service to this community. You've always had a great reputation as a judge, and that has always followed you throughout your years of service, and your staff is a testament to the success that you've had in your court. So thank you all very much for your service to this community.
Absolutely.
I think everything has already been said. I'm trying to find some words nobody said, but I think they said them all, except for I think there's one line that says, I just want to thank you for getting up in the morning. And I know times you say, I don't want to go to work, but you came to work. Because that's dedication, that's commitment, and that's passion for your work. So I want to thank you for all those things that you have, that you displayed for 28 years. And there's got to be a passion for that. So I want to thank you, Judge, thank you for everything you've done throughout the years. We've had some good ups and downs, but we've been there. And I want to thank you, and thank your staff, thank all your supporters. But I can say is to hope you continue to enjoy life. And Commissioner, you might not see the car, but she's out there running somewhere. She's jogging, right? Right, Judge? We were walking, maybe walking, right? Okay, well, I want to say congratulations again. Enjoy life, and God bless you guys, and God bless your families.
Thank you. From someone with the least amount of years here, but I did work with you years ago when I was in the legislature. You made yourself available, reached out. We had meetings. I think we both jointly went to some meetings, but you have been just as available since I've come on the Commissioner's Court as county judge. I really appreciate the work and the effort that you do. I've seen that firsthand. Your office has always been available, and we thank you and commend you, each and every one of you, for your years of service here to the community. Now we have some certificates and some watches as well. The watches are gone. Where'd they go? Okay, thank you. It's like they were just here.
Peyton, bring back the watches. Come on.
If you would come forward, I think, we'll do individual photos, and then we might do a group photo because you're all in the same office. So, yes.
We shouldn't have to buy the battery.
I don't know.
Pick up the batteries.
Family members that
Pick up the batteries on the way out.
you're more than welcome to do that.
Pick up the batteries on the way out.
If you want to bring the judges up, whatever you want.
The judges want to come up Oh, y'all do together and then. This is.
Thank you all very much. Oh, one more? Okay.
And then the judges want to come up. Let's just stay, do it. Y'all want to just do all groups.
Do whatever you want.
Y'all want individual, do whatever y'all want. You want to start the end.
Hi, Judge.
Don't say judge, they're all going to turn. Good morning, judges. Good morning, judges. Hey, Judge.
Good morning, man. Good to see you. Right.
Commissioner Presley, can you take a half step this way?
That's good. I was trying to get find a gap.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
They're not really taking your picture, they're just showing off to make them count to 3.
Just practicing.
That was just cool.
Thank you all very much. Congratulations.
Bye, Judge. Thank you, Judge.
Congratulations. Yeah. Linda, congratulations.
Huh? Yes, yeah, you have to maybe have, she wants to take pictures. I guess.
Yes.
Do you want the court, or?
Do you want us in it or not?
Linda, you want us in or out of the way? Oh, okay. We're just making sure.
You want us in or out?
I wonder what happened to all those pictures Tyler used.
We asked if they
I
wanted.
was asking the other day. I was speaking to him. I think he's been drinking that night.
I thought there were a lot of judges over there.
I see my parents. I'm not a troublemaker. Not here. Not here.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, and go. Thank you.
And my pastor's here too. And my pastor, man, I can't get in any trouble today.
You had to behave.
Thankfully, our public comments, so they don't have to be around for anything. Well, with the new phones, you have to be careful with these chairs. I now pull out.
We'll give them all just a couple of minutes, or a minute to get out of, close the doors.
I don't think it was another material, but this is so slick. It's just.
All right, moving on to item F, to adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, and orders. F1, in recognition of the 2024 Cow Island Wildcats High School football team for a successful season.
Wait, are they here? We want to bring them in?
They're not, they didn't bring them in, or are they getting them?
Yeah, they're out there. They're all those big dudes.
They usually bring, oh, okay, thank you.
Kind of,
I didn't see anybody
yeah,
here.
kind of hard to miss these guys.
Yeah.
There's a quarterback right there. There's a lineman.
Hang on.
A couple of linemen up there.
I'll make the motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. If Francis is going to read the resolution, and we'll vote.
Whereas the Calallen High School football team finished a successful 2024 season with an overall record of 10-3 and were the regional and semifinalists. And whereas the Calallen High School football team, led by head coach Charlie Reeve, assistant coaches Johnny Irvin, Brian Werstifer, Stephen Hernser, Mario Gonzalez, Kyle Schmidt, James Cave, Michael Gonzalez, Tyler Collins, Brent Gomez, Joe Luis Lopez, and Ray Cardona, and aided by athletic trainers Lauren Dillon and Hunter Alonso, student trainers Aubrey Stevenson, Elsa Lopez, Grayson Hill, Michaela Wyatt, and Avery Briggs, along with athletic secretary Emily Carney and team manager Greg Rogers. Whereas players from the Calallen High School football team were honored as follows: Aiden Medellin, Academic All-District, and THSCA Academic All-State Honorable Mention. Brady Buchanan, Academic All-District, and THSCA Academic All-State First Team. Braden Alexander, Academic All-District, and THSCA Academic All-State Honorable Mention. Colby Elsner, Academic All-District and THSCA Academic All-State Second Team. Diego Fuentes, Academic All-District and THSCA Academic All-State Second Team. Jude Hernandez, Academic All-District and THSCA Academic All-State First Team. Lane Rogers, Academic All-District and THSCA Academic All-State Second Team. Luke Mitchell, Academic All-District and THSCA Academic All-State Honorable Mention. Michael Vieira, Academic All-District and THSCA Academic All-State Second Team. Connor Young, Academic All-District. Aiden Flores, Academic All-District. Alfredo Solis, Academic All-District. Andrew Garza, Academic All-District. Ian Perez, Academic All-District. Jackson Solis, Academic All-District. Reese Rusher, Academic All-District. Carson Klosterman, Academic All-District. Kason Nupp, Academic All-District. Connor Klosterman, Academic All-District. Jaden Martinez, Academic All-District. Josh Norval, Academic All-District. Ryder Reeve, Academic All-District, and Trevor Roach, Academic All-District. Whereas the Calallen High School football players include seniors Aiden Medellin, Brady Buchanan, Braden Alexander, Caden Allen, Carlos Rosales, Carson Cifuentes, Colby Elsner, Connor Young, Diego Fuentes, Fabian Sainz, Gunnar Solis, Hayden Brock, Jaden Cantu, Jesus Flores, Jude Hernandez, Caden Cooper, Lane Rogers, Luke Mitchell, Michael Vieira, Patrick Davis, Richard Rubio, Roman Luna, Sebastian Dennis, and Zach Young. Juniors include Aiden Flores, Alec Perez, Alfie Solis, Andrew Garza, Andrew Paul, Daniel Leal, Drayson Gomez, Ian Perez, Drayson Rodriguez, and Trenton Graves. Sophomores include Carson Klosterman, Kason Nupp, Connor Klosterman, Drew Espinosa, Jaden Martinez, and Jeremiah Rodriguez, Josh Norval, Kelby Broughton, Nicholas Villanueva, Ryder Reeve, Sammy Luna, and Trevor Roach. Now therefore let it be resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby recognize the Calallen Wildcats football team for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Coach, would you like to say a few words first?
Sure.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to thank you guys for having us here, and it's an honor. It's an honor for me. I wish I could bring the whole team here, but it's hard to get them all out of class. But this group is our seniors, and I'm glad that these guys are recognized. This is a really, really special group. I'll say this: winning in football or in life or whatever it is hard. And I know that I'm excited to see what these guys do in the future because They know what sacrifice means, what hard work means, and these guys were the reason that we had the success that we had this year. And so can't say enough about this group, and excited to see what they do in the future, but really appreciate the opportunity to come here and recognize our players, our coaches, and all the hard work that they put in. So I really appreciate you guys having us out. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Commissioner Pusley, this is in your district. Would you like to say a few words first? Yes.
Well, I just want to congratulate all these young men for their dedication and hard work, not only as athletes but as academic scholars. With the list that was just read by our staff, you not only excelled on the field, but you also excelled in the classroom, and that's going to be the most important thing for you in the future. Those of us who live in the Northwest area are so very proud of what you accomplished this year, and Coach, you had big shoes to fill, and you stepped up to the plate and did that very well. And so we're just as proud as we can be of all of these young men, and I too look forward to seeing their success in the future. So best of luck to you. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
And since I live there, I'll just say a couple of words as well. We're so proud of each and every one of you and reiterate what he said. Not only do you excel in athletics, but also in academics. And from someone whose children grew up in Cow-Allen, graduated from Cow-Allen, my grandchildren go to Cow-Allen, graduated there, my grandson played football there. We are always happy to do things like this and recognize our outstanding students and the future of our community. We hope you go away, you get your degrees in whatever field you choose to do. Those, I understand these are seniors here, but we hope you also come back to our community and raise your families here. It's a great place to live. We appreciate everything you've done, and we are so very happy to recognize you today. Thank you.
I have to say something.
Yes, please.
Although I don't live there, you know, I still live in the city of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and every time you go out of the city, you're representing the whole community.
Absolutely.
And I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you, Coach, for everything you all have done. So anytime you go out of the city, remember that, you're representing the whole community. And everybody's looking at you, that you do it well and you do it with the best you can do. All we ask is do the best, right? Thank you very much, and continue your education, which is the most important thing you can do in life. Thank you. God bless you.
Commissioner. We have a certificate, and we'd love to take a photo with you guys if y'all would be willing to come forward and stuff. So.
They don't bite. Hard.
Some of you voices.
Morning, good morning. Y'all can get behind us.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Everybody, make sure you can be seated.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Step into a gap.
All right.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Good. Working on it. Good. They're working hard. Thank you very much. Thank you. We do. This week we got the second starters back. We got four. We got quite a few that fill in, but you know, it's what you put this time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
I know.
All right, back to class.
As they're going out of the car,
Right?
several are.
Peyton, if they can bring in the Queen's contestants, please.
What a day.
Think they're.
Celebration.
I know. No, just. Wow, we've got them all here. All right, item 2, in recognition of the 2025 Nueces County Junior Livestock Show Queen contestants. And we've already seen and met our queen this year. Leighton Lawhon is here. I think I'll make the motion to pass this resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Peyton, will you read the resolution? And then we'll vote.
Whereas the first Nueces County Junior Livestock Show took place in 1936 with 14 boys involved in the Nueces County 4-H Beef Club, and the first Queen's Contest was in 1963. Whereas the mission of the NCJLS is to promote responsibility and leadership skills through educational work of 4-H clubs, FCCLA, and FFA chapters in cooperation with the adult leaders of Nueces County in all phases of agriculture, homemaking, and industry. Whereas the NCJLS has grown from its early days of showing steers to now include a rabbit division, poultry division, horse show, homemaking and arts and crafts, ag mechanics and handicrafts, market goats, breeding sheep, welding contest, and a Queen's Contest. Whereas contestants in the Queen's Contest are representatives in good standing with the 4-H Club, FFA, or FCCLA chapter, must present a talent, and the top 5 finalists participate in an interview. Whereas the 2025 NCJLS Queen's Contest contestants are Leighton Lawhon, Queen, Best Western Wear, and Top Interview; Hannah Wright, First Runner-Up; Emma Baugh, Second Runner-Up and Top Talent; Whitley Gaines, Third Runner-Up; Taylor Dusick, Fourth Runner-Up and Best Western Wear; Tegan Swartz, Miss Congeniality; Trista Johnson, Best Evening Gown; and Macy Fry, Top Talent. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby congratulate and recognizes the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show Queen's Contest contestants, and further encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join in their recognition, wishing them the best of luck in their future endeavors. Duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 5th day of February, 2025.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And Ms. Leighton, you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all so much for having us here today. We are so grateful to be here and be representing Nueces County in the Queen's Contest. Again, my name is Leighton Lawhon. I'm the 2025 Nueces County Queen, and I am here with so many beautiful and talented girls. I wanted to talk about the NCJLS. This is our 90th year of tradition, hard work, and inspiration. The youth has been so involved in agriculture and the world today, especially in our county, in our Nueces County. We have so many girls here involved in a variety of things in agriculture. We have people who show market lambs. We have people who have entries in homemaking. We have photographers. And, again, we have cattle showers like we did when the NCJLS just began. This year at the Blue Ribbon Sale, over $2.4 million was given back to the youth in scholarship. What an impact we have had over our 90 years. Thank you again for having us here today. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Would any commissioners like to say anything?
Congratulations.
Just congratulations. We're honored to have you all here. We're excited for your future and your endeavors. We several of us attend. We buy animals and support your projects. We're happy to do so. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Yes.
Congratulations. You're on.
We have we'd like to take a photo with all of you as well. We have a proclamation for you too.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Good morning. Good morning. For being here. Four of us are going to approve this picture. Oh, yeah. Sure. They'll just crop us out. Right. Can we be seen? Do we need a shift? I think she said. Okay.
One, two, three.
One more, couple more. There it goes. Yeah, get in line, come on. Don't hold the smiles as long as we have.
And as their leader, thank you so much for always supporting the youth of our wonderful county. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
It's actually so cute. I have to look at it. Oh, yeah. I'll see you later.
All right.
One more. Do we have more people to bring in for this next item? Where's my staff? Anybody out
That's
there?
right there.
We're all here. Everybody's here. Kristen? Scott? Yes, okay. Item number 3, in recognition of Scott Cross and the Coastal Parks team and for their efforts rescuing cold-stunned sea turtles. This was an amazing feat. I have a list of names I'm going to list to recognize, so it's not just you, Scott. Don't have a stroke. We know a lot of people participated, a lot of entities as well, and we're very thankful for each and every one of you and your help. And I'm sure Commissioner Chesney is going to want to say something about this in just a minute. Can we do all of these in one?
Yeah, it's just they're just certificates of recognition.
Certificates of recognition. They're in the wrong group.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me list the names first, and then we'll go back. So Maureen Herlo, Jacob Moore, Mary Kay Scarupa, Guillermo Garcia, Jessica Stevens, Lindsay Howell, Heather Wilson, Bill Magasic, Rob Gardner, Jacob Moore, Damo Wasmond, Balcones Field Services, Texas Sea Life Center, Texas State Aquarium, Cynthia Rubia, and Scott Cross. Commissioner Chesney, you want?
Thanks, Judge. And I just wanted to take a minute, and I'm going to focus today on the positive because I definitely focused last week on the negative part of this cold stunning event. So I'm going to leave that for another day. But I wanted to really thank, and if y'all are here for this, if y'all will just all stand up and go towards the mic, because I want everybody to see you. And I know we left people off of this list, and so if you hear of other people that we didn't list or other entities that we didn't list, we try to do as much as we could and get as many as we could as quickly as we could to get this recognition set, because it's such an important event. People in Nueces County, and especially along the coast and really all over the state of Texas, love sea turtles. Passionate like I've never seen. It's like you can't take cars off the beach, and you got to take care of the sea turtles. That's the one thing I know as a county commissioner that represents the coast. And so I really appreciate very much all the efforts that you put in. I get it. It was a tough day. People were closed and a lot of people were at home, but not that you can ever compare a first responder to anything, because there's nothing more than a first responder. But I really look at the people that rescue these animals as the first responders for these sea turtles, and the fact that you were there in very difficult conditions is just so much appreciated, and it is. And to be at that event on Saturday where they released, the 400 and something sea turtles, that was the coolest thing ever. And you saved those sea turtles and many, many more, not just those. There was three or 400, I think, on Friday. There was 400 or 500 during the week. And it was really neat, because if you've never been to one of those releases, it really hits home. And I like the bigger releases better than I do the smaller ones, because I got to put one in the water myself. That was kind of cool. You can't do it with the little ones. They're a little too small to handle, I think. And it's fun to watch those little things crawl across the sand. But it's so neat to see the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that were out there on Saturday. And they wouldn't have been there if it weren't for your efforts. And so I really just wanted to bring anybody in and everybody in. And again, I know we missed some people, so if you can send me more, I'll get them certificates. And Scott, if you can help us, and Christine, help us get us the certificates to those of you who aren't here today, that would be super appreciated. And if anybody wants to speak about it, and again, like I said, there were some things that didn't go right, and I've certainly done my share of talking about that. But today is all about praising those who did do it right, and who stepped up, and who went the extra mile, and who didn't worry about the fact that roads were closed or things were done. You got out there and you did what you needed to do to save, gosh, I don't even know what the final count was, but it was well over 1,000 sea turtles, I believe, 1,100, something like that. And that's amazing. These are endangered species. These are species that we need to protect. And what people don't understand is, when it freezes, if you're not there, they die. The coyotes get them, they freeze, because they paralyze. It's an interesting thing, and I'm kind of educating people a little bit more on this because it's kind of fun to talk about it. But they get cold stunned, they get paralyzed, and you think they might be dead because they float, but they're not. And a lot of these, I know, sometimes it takes a couple of days for them to be revived and come back to life, and it's such a cool thing that y'all did. And I just really wanted to make sure and bring you in to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it, and certainly if anyone wants to talk about it, they can. No, not trying to put anybody on the spot, but just again, I can't thank y'all enough for helping with this very important part of our community and very important part of our coastline. So thank you very much.
Yeah, we were ready. We had to pull off some strings at the last minute with Briscoe, but we had already done a trial run using Briscoe about a year, 2 years ago as a last resort if we were called upon. We had all the equipment and everything. And so, yeah, when Mary Kay called me Monday night, or 4 p.m. It's at 4 p.m. on Monday, and she wanted me to get it open then, but I'm like, well, I don't know where I'm going to find all my people. It's a holiday, right? So anyhow, we came in on Tuesday and got it going. Started at 7:30, and thankfully most everybody made it out there without an accident. We're driving over the icy roads. But yeah, we figured out that we have the capacity, if ever called upon, that we could probably get 800 to 1,000 sea turtles in there and get them warming up until we need to transport them to the Texas State Aquarium or Texas Sea Life Center. Sea Life Center was already at capacity, so we had to do something. And so it's all about floor space. You can't put a cold sun sea turtle back in a tank. You got to get them warmed up, get them revived, then you can swim test them, and you can't release them until the veterinarian checks them out and says, yes, they're good to go. You know, sometimes that process is very short, sometimes it's very lengthy, as you said, Commissioner. But also, I think as Heather, you online? You can chime in if she's there. She was having internet problems. There's a couple of our folks, affiliates out there that work with or associated with NOAA that came to Texas and helped us at Briscoe. Lindsay and Heather were those two people. One's from Mississippi, one's from Louisiana. And so, you know, but yeah, we actually, I don't know if y'all know this, but we have to do turtle patrols every day during the summer when we're running our heavy equipment out there. It's required as part of our Corps permit. But as you know, Commissioner, that's another thing. It's going to get escalated with what we're going to be called upon to do, you know, with this nesting season. But we'll be ready. But Mary Kay, I think you want to say something.
And Mary, we didn't mention the agencies, but if you will mention who you're with, because we really do appreciate, this was such a collaborative effort by so many different groups. And again, I have tried my best to mention all these groups, and I know I've left them out, and it's not been intentional. So if you want to add to my list, please feel free. But thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your help.
Yeah, it's very difficult to think of everybody. There's so many that come out of the woodwork and are trained and you know, pitch in. It truly is. But my name is Mary Kay Skarupa, and I work here in Corpus Christi for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And my whole career has been on the Texas coast and in South Texas. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service mission is working with others to conserve, protect, and enhance fish, wildlife, and plants for the continuing benefit of the American people. And I want to focus on that first part, that working with others. In my almost 30 years with the Department of the Interior, there are few partners that have been as productive and easy to work with as Scott Cross and Nueces County. And for example, I'm just going to give you a few examples. Several years ago, I was approached by a young Eagle Scout who wanted to do his service project on burrowing owls. So I asked Scott, is that something Nueces County Coastal Parks might be interested in? He said, I've got the perfect spot. And today we have burrowing owls using our artificial burrows on county land. Every winter we have owls there that the Eagle Scout constructed. And then in 2021, when that terrible winter storm Uri caused the death of many thousands and thousands of sea turtles, I asked Scott to help with an urgent problem, how to properly dispose of thousands of dead sea turtles that are protected by the Endangered Species Act. He said, I've got the perfect spot for that. Within 24 hours, Scott had gathered the permits and the approvals from both state and federal, state, and county regulations, and he provided the final resting place for over 5,000 sea turtles that had perished. And then in 2022, I very casually mentioned to Scott that wouldn't it be great if our community could get that state's designation as the World War II Heritage City? And he said, that's perfect fit for us. And he ran with it. And today the Coastal Bend is the World War II Heritage City for the whole state of Texas, honoring our past and making us all proud. And then a few months ago, I asked Scott if the county would be able to assist with patrolling for Kemp's Ridley sea turtles that are nesting during the summer. And he said, I've got the perfect staff for that. And of course, the reason we're here today is because just 2 weeks ago, I asked Scott if he could help us find a temporary warming center for sea turtles, but I needed it in about 12 hours and during an ice storm. And you guessed it, he said, I've got the perfect spot for that. So on behalf of the Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, and all the other partners, we really appreciate the recognition for our successful Colston partnership. But even more worthy of praise is the ongoing partnership and support from Nueces County, especially Nueces County Coastal Parks Director Scott Cross and Commissioner Brent Chesney, for always stepping up and working with federal and state agencies to help protect our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Judge, one of the things that Scott and I have talked about, and we wanted to sit down with you and all of these partners and come up with a plan B, for what we need to do to fill the gap that's, and I'm trying to make this all nice today, but to fill the gap that we have here locally, to do it. And the fortunate thing is that we have that capacity, but also, we've got this great Texas Sea Life Center that does unbelievable work, and then the Texas State Aquarium. We were at the Parks Board meeting the other day, and Charlie Zahn, who's the past chairman of the aquarium, talked about this big facility that the aquarium has that can be used for housing these sea turtles on possibly in a long-term type situation. So at the end of the day, there's so many resources here in this community that provide the opportunity for us to come up with a very comprehensive plan, and that we don't have to go at it alone. Nueces County doesn't have excess money laying around, right? But with all these partners involved, we plan on sitting down very soon and working with all of them to come up with, because if you were there watching that Texas State Aquarium do their thing on Saturday, that was just phenomenal. They got a ninja turtle squad. I mean, all these people in black, and it was just awesome to watch them. And they just were, and they've taken care of so many. So we're going to be coming back to the courts. This is kind of my precursor to that, and with a real comprehensive plan, because we just can't have better partners than we do with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and NOAA and the Sea Life Center and the aquarium. And again, everybody that I've probably forgotten, and I apologize, but thank you again. And Mary Kay, thank you for being here, and I appreciate the acknowledgement too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for what you did for our community. Yes. Commissioner Pusley, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. I just want to extend my sincere thanks to everyone that participated. I have the honor of serving on the board of directors of the Texas State Aquarium, and at our meeting last week, when our meeting was done, they took us on a tour over at the rescue center of all the turtles that they were housing. And Scott, you're right, floor space is a big issue. They had the whole ground floor of that facility full of tanks that were full of turtles. I don't think you could have squeezed another turtle in there with a shoehorn, but it's just amazing that the work and efforts that go into, and they showed us how at our meeting how we're getting more sophisticated at finding the turtles before they perish. They're even using drones now and special photography to find them so that they can rescue them before they expire. So. Thank you. It's great work, and it's a great cause, and we sincerely appreciate all your efforts. Thank you very much.
We have certificates that Peyton will be getting with you. We would love to take a photo with you guys as well, just for the, come on, guys, you really did a great job, and we're proud of you. Let's do a photo. These out later and give whoever's not here to use Scott. Yeah, we will.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Good job. Thanks, guys.
Good work, man. Good work. Good work, guys. Doing okay? Yes, sir. Working hard?
How is it that council is so
Okay. Next up, we have public comment. I did receive a message for someone, they did have to leave, that wanted to be added. When do we pick this up? Or is it still outside on the table, or is it in the back now?
It's in the back.
It's in the back of the courtroom. That's probably why they didn't see it. I just wanted to clarify to make sure, because they said we picked it up early or something, but yes. First in public comment, we have Kathy Weimer. Yes.
Take care of business, take care of business. Take care of business.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you can't see me, so that's not easy. Good morning, everyone. We are so very fortunate. It took a long time in coming, but we've had some issues with the market division with THC because it's not being done in Texas, and we're hoping to get it back to Texas with the foundry coming back to, hopefully, Corpus Christi, Texas. Anyway, it's in Kentucky now, but they're coming in fast and furious. Our first marker dedication is this Sunday for Anna Morris Wynn. We put a flyer. It'll be 2 o'clock at Old Bayview Cemetery, and we would like to see you there, if at all possible. I know it's a Sunday. She was a really important person in our community at one time. She perhaps wrote the best historical rendition of early Corpus Christi. So I'd like to see y'all all out there. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
I'll keep y'all posted on the others.
Thank you.
Number 2, Suzanne Gallagher.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Suzanne Gallagher. I live in Nueces County, 1 street out of the city limits. I'm here today representing concerned citizens of Robstown and Calallen. It was 1 year ago, on February 3rd, that we learned of the plans to build the ammonia plant between our 2 communities. Since then, they've changed their name to Nueces Clean Hydrogen and altered their plans in an attempt to get around the TCEQ contested case hearings, of which there are many, and an attempt to soften objections of the community. We feel like they can call it what they want or say whatever they want to say, but it's still a dangerous plant storing huge amounts of deadly ammonia in the midst of 2 communities where people live and work. They also still refuse to disclose their actual water usage, and non-disclosure agreements protect Water District Number 3 from having to share what they know with us. Our group continues to research and attend as many meetings as possible so we can learn and educate citizens about who wants to bring this thing here, who would and who would not benefit, how local agencies do or do not work together, and how decisions are made regarding our region's shared water supply. It is pretty complicated. But one thing seems obvious. The days of business as usual are over. We cannot afford to hand over our precious water to the Port and Economic Development Board pet projects and heavy industrial users that pay virtually nothing for it and have zero incentive to conserve. It's time for all of us to quit pretending there's a magic wand somewhere that can be waved to fix our water problem. We've already sold more than we have. Asking residents to take shorter showers while industry rampantly consumes 3/4 of our water is like fiddling with weather stripping while the front door is wide open. All residents in our area should understand the severity of our water problem and be paying close attention. It's time for all of us to step up and stand up to those that would put lining their own pockets above the welfare of our citizens. Stewardship is the responsibility of managing and protecting resources for the benefit of the public. It means being proactive and planning for the long-term needs of the community. That should be all of our number 1 priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on public comment that did not have the opportunity to sign up? There being none, we will move on. And before we start on our board appointments, I'd like to bring up item 3A1. We have Ronnie Canales here. I don't want you to have to sit here and your staff to wait too long. So item 3A1 is receive information from the Nueces County Appraisal District on the taxing entities budget allocation process. And I believe you have in your packets, everyone, an explanation, and I did have a meeting with Kevin Kieschnick yesterday, and all of this, I'm very sorry, this was on the agenda when I had to leave, and Mr. Canales had sent me this backup at this information. I didn't bring this item up at the time, but it is per statute, and they're doing exactly the way the process should go. Commissioner Chesney, if you have any questions,
I do.
He's here. You might get.
Yeah, I do, Judge. I think the problem that I have is that there has to be some way that we quit getting stuck with having to increase our budget after the budget. So whether it's a better estimate or it's something working with the auditor, because it's not, when we pass a budget, then we have to go find extra money if it comes back as extra money. I get that taxing entities, that you don't finish your levies until, but there's got to be some way to give us an estimated amount of this is what it's looking like. It's not going to be in stone, but every time we have to come back and find extra money that we haven't put in our budget, that provides us the problem that we have. When I met, and the other part of this too is when I was visiting with the interim auditor, she didn't understand how how our allocation had gone up when others didn't. So I think part of this is just explaining the process to the public, but part of it is trying to come up with a better way to do things, because it's not something that anybody can go find it, but we're pretty tight around here. We run pretty lean at Nueces County. I get other entities don't run as efficiently as we do, and as lean as we do, and as actual to budget as we do, but we do. So there's got to be some sort of way to, whether it's informal or formal, that the appraisal district can get with the auditor and the soon-to-be new budget officer that we're going to assumingly hire, and say, okay, this is what we know, but based on 25 years of historical data, this is what it should be. So you need to budget in some additional money for your budget before we finalize our budget. And the only way we can do that is have the entities working together. So there's got to be some informal process that we can go through forever, not just this year, but forever, that says, hey, here's what your allocation was last year. Here's what the levies look like. Here's what because y'all have got these, not graphs, you've got these formulas that you have an idea every year of how many protests are going to be heard and how many are going to be overturned, and there's data for everything. So I'm just looking for something where we don't get stuck with a bill every year after our budget's already completed. So is there not some way that we can do that?
See, bottom line on this, Mr. Chesney, is that we rely on your levy. When you accomplish that levy, meaning...
Move the microphone up to where it's... Yes,
there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, start all over again. Part of the problem that we have here is that by statute, we have to wait on when you complete your tax levy. You have a tax rate, then you have your levy.
Yep.
Without the levy, we really can't give you other than just an estimate. And we do that, a couple of months before. And then when the time really does come, then we're at the last minute making sure that you get the correct information. Possibly what we can do in the future is, just like we do for estimating what your values are going to be coming in between the months of April through July for certification. Normally, we're in contact with most entities as to what percentage you're going up or what percentage in value you're going to be coming down by the time you get ready to certify in July. We could possibly do the same thing again, but again, it all depends when you all set your levy. That's when we know exactly what your number's going to be. We can give you an estimate prior to that, but again, it's going to be the same thing. It'll give you an increase, it'll give you a decrease. Some of the entities did go down, like you just said, but some other entities also went up too. And it's based on the levy. It's not based on what we do.
Right. So historically, there's got to be data, though, that can give us a better estimate, because it seems like, and maybe I'm mistaken, it seems like in recent years, we've continually had, continuous is not the right word, but we've had to go back and find extra money for things that we don't have, and so we've got to go pull it out of reserves, and we're already down on our reserves. And so how could we better do that? And if that means we have to be we want to be a participant in that. I mean, if that you need better, I mean, how can we do this to where we're not having to? I mean, can you not say, okay, we know it's going to be this, but you might want to plug in an extra 2% or 3% or something to where, and if I'd rather over and then have it than have to go find it. Because if we'd have known, hey, we're going to have to come up with another 80,000, we could have figured out how to do that during our budget.
Teresa, how many years did you go back and look that we've done this every year? You checked 5 years or at least
Right.
or something. Yes. So maybe that's on our end, and auditing and budgeting, we should just budget more.
We estimate from the proposed proposed number that they give us. And so exactly what Commissioner's saying, we probably just need to increase an additional 5 or 10% on that number, because the amount won't be known until they receive our tax number.
But that sounds like this is all on us. It's not anything they could provide.
Oh, yes, they could. They have historical data just like we do. They can go back and look and see what, here's the projection, and every year for the last 5, it's been 5% more, so you guys need to ask for this. I mean, there's got to be a cooperative effort here to do it. Sure, we could just have a policy and just say anything they ask us for, we're going to ask for 10% more. I mean, that can be that easy.
Huxley would
but
like to ask something.
but it just gets tiresome when we have to keep going back and asking for more. But this information is great. If we'd have had this originally, and I appreciate you're gone, because this was.
I had it, and I should have pulled it up before I left, and I did not. That's on me on that January.
And this would be great to have on a regular basis. I mean, some of these are redundant questions, but at the same time, there's got to be some way to not have to go back and do it, and that's what I'm looking at. And then the other question I have, too, related to this is, how do we deal with, in a better fashion, the constant disputes between the appraisal district and the refineries, which 2 budgets ago about bankrupt us? Like, if we had that information in advance, we could have gone to the legislature. We could have done more during the legislative session that we're in now. And then the reason I'm asking this is we're in a legislative session. If those are going to continue, and I'm not saying they shouldn't or should. That's not my business. My business is when they happen, at the significance that they happened 2 budgets ago, and we were looking at it ended up being $5 million that we had to cut. We were looking at $30 million. Judge had just come in, and she's like, "Oh my God, what have I gotten into?" I get it, and so had we had more information about that in advance, we could have maybe done stuff. So, is there something we need to do legislatively? Is it right now is the time? If there's something that we can get better communication, I know you have stuff in executive session, but there's got to be a way to communicate to us on those issues too, because that put us in an almost insurmountable position to come back from. And had we known some of that, we would have been able to do different things in our budgeting too. So how can we do better on that? How can we get better information or more information or whatever, or what do we need to do to not put ourselves in that spot?
Well, it's not basically just not doing anything. Legislatures are pretty much caught up with the fact that they're tied into big money. Big money is your refineries. They control a lot of the things that we have to do here in the appraisal district. The numbers that we had with the refineries at that time, they were pretty much on market value. But because of some of the things that we saw when ARB board had held the number, we felt that our best bet is try and continue to work with them. But at the end of the day, you're dealing with Goliath versus David. And the thing is that these guys have a lot more resources, a lot more monies. They look into our budget to see what kind of monies we have on our legal part, and they go from there. And all they do is they drag everything out onto the point where they get what they want. And they can do that because that's who they are, and that's what they do. And it's not just, I know what your question is.
All right.
Your legislatures, Kevin had tried to go before legislation and try and pass something to where they could be set aside. That has not done anything yet. He might try again this coming year, but again,
But that has to come from y'all too, meaning Kevin tried during a special session, a Hail Mary, when we had just missed the legislative session. He felt like, and I can't even remember what it was, but he felt like there was something we could have done during the legislative session. So what I'm saying is there any efforts being made? Because I'm not saying I'm not weighing in on the dispute. That's between you and the refineries. That's not my issue. My issue is, how do I protect Nueces County taxpayers from getting shorted because of this dispute? There's got to be law or something, and that needs to be looked at right now because we're in session, that doesn't prohibit you from feeling pressure to, if you feel like you need to dispute it, that's y'all's job. That's not my job to look at that, meaning I'm not saying it's not my job, but I mean, that's what your responsibility is legally to do. I'm not saying you shouldn't dispute with them. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying we have got to figure out, and y'all have to be a player in this, because you know more about the laws in this, because this is what y'all do. Someone needs to sit down right now with Kevin and your board, and this from the board, and say, what can we do that all the entities can get behind that will help protect Del Mar and West Oso and corporate, all the ones that are affected, CCSD, us, that are affected by these refineries and their disputes, so that while y'all are disputing, we don't get hosed on the tax implications like we did 2 budgets ago. So that's what I'm saying is, do you have recommendations in the position you're in that could help us while you go fight your fight? That's my question, because now's the time is what we've got to get working on this. So do you have any suggestions on that, like any law that we could go to the legislature that the refineries wouldn't fight? Because I'm not trying to get into y'all's fight. I'm trying to help Nueces County not get into a budget shortfall like we did 2 years ago that was horrendous. As was Del Mar, and there was many entities affected. So do you have any suggestions at all that we could do?
Yeah, the only thing that can happen is for the laws to change to accommodate.
Do you have suggestions on law changes that would?
The law changes, I think one of them is the one that Kevin had tried to pass. And I'm sure he's going to try again this session.
Okay, and do you remember, it was something about the top down, or
What it would be something that would be set aside, would not be included in your normal certification of numbers. That way your certified numbers can proceed to do what you want to do with your budgets. And in the other case, they would be set aside and they would be worked out differently. But until that happens, then that's all we can do at this point.
So has your board, and I guess I would ask, like, we need to pass a resolution, but we need to all be on the same page, right? So and Kevin's the chairman of your board now, I think, right? So has your board, and you're the ones who know this the most because you deal with the laws. We don't want to put a resolution forward, or I don't want to put a resolution to the Commissioner's Court or anybody else that everybody's not in agreement with, because that's going to go through faster. If it becomes a local bill because the appraisal district says this is the way we need to do it, and we all support that because it's all going to help us, and the refineries aren't going to fight it because it's not going to diminish their ability to continue to fight with y'all. That's what I'm looking for out of this is, and how do we do that? And Gabby, if you keep raising your hand, if you want to.
I have not talked to Kevin or the board about this because I looked at, thank you for voting me in. I did a little bit of homework, right? And the problem is the appraisal district in Nueces County has an overall budget of about $10 million. Every appraisal district in the state of Texas has the same problem. I did the math with 254 counties, and if you say 97,000 people per county, which is the average, you are hitting about $2 billion in cost for the state of Texas just by running the appraisal districts. That's not counting our boards that are free. That's not counting the lawsuits where people come in, spend their time. That's not counting the protest work of the people that come in and protest or any of the other stuff. That's pure numbers of the buildings, the trucks, the appraisers, the paperwork, down to the remodeling the floor or whatever. So you have a huge budget. I tried to get some numbers from the state, and I started talking to Dot Hunter about it, and they know, but they don't know the whole They get into their own numbers, right? Every department gets in their own numbers like we do. Every department looks at their little stuff where they can save some money. Well, with the new legislation, we have a 10% cap if you're a homeowner. You have a 20% automatic cap if you're under 5 million and if you are commercial, any kind of commercial entity. Industry fights the taxes anyway, so they are at values of 2011 or 9, it doesn't matter. They have the in-house counsel to fight it, so they just cost us money on their appraisals. Big landowners are egg exempt. So really, I looked at it, it barely leaves anyone. So we are paying appraisal districts to go out and do work where they literally, within a 10% vicinity, anyway, on everything, which we can calculate with a computer, more or less, easily. We could say inflationary value, that's what we should go up. And we are using over $2 billion, and that's the lowest number you can come up with, to do this on a bureaucratic system. So, the state of Texas has people in the Senate and in the House that are actually tax consultants and have been so for the last 30 years. The more complicated this law gets, the better for them. I do think if you want to look at legislation and really want to make an impact, you get with the counties and you look at the waste of money there. And I know, I mean, Ronnie and the staff, they are trying to do their best within their parameters, right? But the costs will go up. The new legislation, the people got voted in, well, the election costs you between $1 and $2 million. That's crazy, right? So we have another up that we are paying that has to be put back on all of us. Everyone who sits in here has paid for that. We are not looking at the big picture. I've tried to talk to Dot and he's very receptive on it. He said, well, how can we run the numbers? And I'm like, the simple math is 254 counties. That's the number. Everyone has a budget. We can run those numbers. And we can run the numbers of what it costs us, the consumers, the residents, to go into protests. It's a minimum of 5 hours work for anyone to protest a house, if not more. So calculate that on time and money spent. You have another $1 billion there. I mean, we're talking about all of Texas. If you talk about legislative change, that's the way to go. Everything else is down a rabbit hole where you just turn your budgets up and down. If we do not change the law that industry is paying much more, there's nothing that will happen. If they can fight it legally, they will always be on a better platform than a bureaucratic entity is. If you are changing it so that residents pay more just because they have one good year of sales or stuff like that, it's just an arbitrary system where people that don't protest get screwed. So with all these restrictions that have been put in place, it is time to look at a different system that doesn't cost the city, the counties, the state itself that much money. I think we're losing a lot of sight if we are starting to look at how can we save $50 here and $100 here. It's very prudent and it's necessary as of right now. But my suggestion would be to start lobbying to say how can we really reform the system in that respect. Because they can't do anything else below $10 million probably in the future, which we don't need to spend if we put the system together in a different way. Thank you.
And those are great comments because, you know, that's the big picture, right? And I don't disagree with that at all. I don't know who leads that charge because Senator Betancourt, one of those, you know, ones that have been so heavy on tax reform, and they're certainly looking at a lot of it again this time, but that's a great comment. But I don't know where to start on that one. The one I'm starting on is how do we...
You start with a tech firm that can run the numbers.
Say
You start with a tech firm that can run the numbers.
No, I'm saying who, meaning, sorry, I didn't say that right, meaning who leads that charge? Because you're right, it probably needs to go to TAC, and TAC needs to get involved with this because this is a statewide issue. But there's also got to be the ability to do some local legislation or something that takes care of our problem too. So you're 100% right, but that needs to be communicated to TAC. But while that gets communicated and that goes down a rabbit hole, and no offense, who knows where that ends up. I'm worried about how do I get the local legislation in place that allows us, because my job is to take care of Nueces County. How do we do that? So I'd be real interested to know from Kevin and from your board on that one, because you're 100. I don't disagree with anything you said, but that's a TAC issue, and I think we need to communicate with TAC that that's of interest to us. But the local issue is, how do we get it set up to where, while you guys are disputing with the local refineries, which you have every right to do, that we as entities don't get shorted on our budget. So it's two different issues, but mine might be more doable quicker, because I think you could get that, some sort of local bill. So I'm just looking for some direction from the board and y'all as to where we start that, so that, because if you're not going to fight it and the refineries aren't going to fight it, then the rest of us can sign on to it pretty quickly and go get Todd and Denise and Adam and all our local folks, Chewy, and get them all involved and get it done. The other thing, that's a great idea. I've never heard that one, and that's awesome. So
long term. Kevin is working on legislation. He has already filed a bill, and he is in constant communication with TAC as well. I think he also serves on that board as well. So those communications are being had, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pusley had some questions, and then do you want to as well?
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Honor. So I want to cover 2 points here. And the first one, I want to go back to the original discussion about how we budget. And I'm a big fan of look backs. And so I think what we need to do on a go forward basis for our budgeting process is we need to do a 5 or 10 year look back over what those costs have been year in and year out. Our appraisals, Ronnie, correct me if I'm wrong, from year to year don't change a great deal unless we have some sort of economic downturn or something.
Correct.
They're normally fairly flat. We can look back and see what those costs have been on a year in, year out basis for the past years, and we just need to budget some percentage of that or all of that, or take a rounded number and use that in our budgeting process, so that we budget enough money that we at least are close, or at least we're in the ballpark.
Right.
So that's one thing. And talking about this legislation and what we do about, we're kind of outnumbered. And Ms. Hillpole, you hit the nail on the head when you said you've got all these tax consultants that are now legislators. In my previous life as a commissioner, Tyner Little gave all of us at that time a copy of a document that explained what happened in the legislature when they wrote the laws that exist now that govern what appraisal districts do, and how bigger clients such as the refineries can come in and sue appraisal districts. A specific senator wrote those laws, and after the laws were passed by the legislature, he left the legislature and opened up a tax accounting firm, and now all of those refineries use his firm to sue the appraisal districts. So, they've kind of created this bed. So I think it's a great ideal that we introduce and support through resolutions or whatever we need to do, legislation to help us with this process, so that it doesn't become so one-sided and it not only impacts the county, it impacts, as Commissioner Chesney said, Del Mar College, the school districts get hit with this. In my previous servitude on this Loso Midway board, we had to always budget to have so many millions of dollars in reserve to cover what was going to happen with respect to the lawsuits that were going to be brought against the appraisal districts.
Correct.
So I think that's a great idea, but we're going to have to really get a lot of muscle behind that legislation, because we're outnumbered up there, guys. The folks that are not supportive of what we're trying to do are a big number and have a loud voice in that community. And this is a legislature for the last 3 years. The leadership has been focused on cutting property taxes from every angle. And that's not going to change. That will happen again this session, just like it did the last two. So I'm in favor of picking out whatever legislation we want to support, getting TAC to help us. All the muscle we can put behind that, the better. But we better get started early.
Right, and I think by going to TAC, you can also go to TML with the cities, because a lot of the things that are changing are exactly what you just said. It's cutting into what a county can do, a city can do, a school district can do, even a junior college can do. And those laws are having a bigger impact now because the revenue that you might have had 5 years ago is not the same revenue that you're going to get last year and this coming year. The new law that came into play was the circuit breaker, and the one that Gabby was referring to is just that. It's to a point where any properties that are $5 million or less, meaning you got rental property, all right, they're going to get up to a 20% discount. And then when you tell people that, you know, the values are going to be that much less, well, they don't comprehend that that's the value that could have stayed in for that year. But because of this new law that came into play, and originally it was done last year, to take effect last year, but it's good for 3 years, but now they're pushing another law to where it makes it permanent. See, after 3 years, they were going to look into it, see if it's going to be grandfathered in or just don't do it anymore. But you see, it's getting to a point now where state is basically in your back pocket, and they're dictating what you can and cannot do, whether you're a school, whether you're capped on a tax rate to begin with. Then you're limited as to how much of an increase you can do, even though your budget might not fit what you need. But that's the laws that are coming down the pike. They're also talking about passing an additional homestead exemption for your school districts. And that passed last year at 100,000. This year they're trying to pass between 120 to 200,000 for your school districts only. Okay? So that has impact. And when they passed that bill, it also passed when budgets had already been adopted, which meant that these school districts might not have had the monies to have done what they needed to do. So they go into the red. And hopefully the following year they can make up. But these are the laws that are changing. They're trying to fix it to where you're going to pay less taxes. But at the same time, that you're going to get a lot less services as time goes. Because you're going to be limited as to what you can raise or not raise. That means, like the city does trash pickup, twice a week? It might be just once a week.
Commissioner Modas has a question as
Yes,
well. Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Or comments.
I tried to explain to this group the last meeting while you weren't here, but they wouldn't listen to me. So that's why we pushed this item. But I say that in jest. But the judge did include me in the agenda prep, and so I had a little bit more background, but didn't have this document to help kind of explain better. So I appreciate the delay. I think it's helpful for all of us. It's not something that we needed to take action then. It would, the sooner the better, I guess. But the fact that we're here, it's much appreciated. And I know Commissioner Chesney and all of us had a lot of questions we wanted to share. And so I want to thank our former appointee who now still gets our votes, who is here, one of your bosses, one of your directors, Mr. Canales, and also for bringing staff. This is a complicated issue, we know. And, the question was poised, where, we need to know about this so we can plan for it. Well, we kind of always have, and we've maybe done a better job. Let's just, for context, last year was a year of transition. We at least now have an interim auditor, right, in that title. We still had one, but there was time that was being used as that person was leaving, and so it was just kind of at the poorest timing that you can plan for some of that, just for context, right, and not to debate, but just for context. But we should be aware. I think we are mindful of it now, and today I hope we're going to take action later on this afternoon where we could select or announce that we are going to hire a budget liaison person who will represent the court. So that extra set of eyes will also be able to help us really make sure that we're allocating a set amount, right? Now, it's always going to be kind of an estimate because it's not the final numbers, just because of the timing. And I attest to it. I mean, I've seen firsthand some of the entities that are also struggling with that, and they know they have to kind of build up the budget just a little extra to take on that because the timing of the notices go out a little differently now. And it's state law. It's just the timing of getting everything together. I think our part as a court, we delayed a little bit. That may have been part of the problem as well. But what I have to say is that it's not just your problem, it is our problem collectively. I think it's important to say that in dealing with the pushback that we have on valuations on a larger level, on a macro level, not individual taxpayers, but when you're talking into the millions of dollars in valuations, that's what the root of the problem is. And I don't want to say that they're the enemy or they're at fault. They're going with the laws that they're help pushing and with what they've gotten done. But it's a reality that we have to be aware of and we have to account for. And that's what's hurt our budgets all these years. As Commissioner Chesney mentioned, your school districts feel it the most. And then secondarily, it's the counties, because you're looking at ad valorem, who takes the most percentage. So it's the districts and the counties that live where you have refineries many times. So there's a whole lot of issues going on. And so in the end, hopefully, with Kevin Kieschnick working on this, along with you and your board and your staff and collectively all of us, if we can help support in a resolution to help alleviate some of those costs, I'm in support of that, because it does hurt the bigger picture and it does challenge dealing with the budget. So I just want to kind of to help us kind of refocus on where we're at with this, is that we all agree, one, we don't want something to come in untimely that affects us, because we are running very lean, and I take pride in that to a certain extent, that we are trying to be as conservative as we can. We're hearing the need of the public for tax relief, but also we do need to add that little cushion that we anticipate there will be some increase because of that timing. So I think we all are aware of it. We all know about it. I think with this new addition to our staff that hopefully we will be hiring will make that difference. And once it does, then we'll all be able to work and bird dog it a little bit better as we go into later in the year. So thank you all for your time. And to one of our directors, we know we have elected directors now as well who also represent the entire community. But the fact, Gabby, that you're here taking time to be with us, we appreciate that. And I think that's why you got our support as a court. So thank you.
Right, and just let me say a few things here. On my left back here is my Assistant Chief Deputy. It's Leticia Roberts. Okay, when I'm not there, she's there. And if I'm still there, she's still here. So, and then on this side over here, you have Gabby, who has been one of your board of directors for several years now. She's a very good board of director, very frank, and very truthful about what needs to get done. And basically, that's what we need in our board as board of directors. I'm happy to hear that you're going to be hiring an auditor for Commissioners Court. A budget officer. We will be in communication. In the future, we'll be in communication with that person. And that will be part of trying to do things a little bit better with you. I do have communication with the judge, and that'll still continue. But I think now with the budget director that's coming in, I think we'll have a better situation as far as communication is concerned, and also bringing up what Brent was talking about, to let you know a little bit more ahead of time, even though it might be estimated on a higher number. And that's basically during the months of April through July, we tend to be conservative on the numbers that we give you. That way in July you have a better perch to stand on and go from there. So do y'all have any other questions for us?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if it pleases the court, maybe what we should do for our next commissioners meeting is have Kevin's legislation on our agenda to discuss, to see if there's anything else we want to maybe add on to that, or make sure we understand what that legislation says, and have some advice on how we go forward with that. And then maybe at the same time, if we're in support of that, we can adopt a resolution in support of it at the same time.
Our lobbyists are aware of that and keeping in touch when things are filed for me to go to Austin and us to, it has been communicated to them that we are watching and following this and support this, and I believe they've been in communication with him as well. So if it is
I'd like
presented,
to get I haven't seen it, so I'd like to get a copy of it so I know what it says and understand what direction it's going.
What Kevin is, if we'll communicate with him, if he's ready to put it on the agenda for us to do a resolution in support of, then we will. If we
I think that'd be good. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Anything else?
Commissioner, did you have anything? No. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. It's very nice to meet you, Gabby. We appreciate your willingness to serve Nueces County again. Thank you. Always nice to see you, too.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Ryan.
We'll get back to our schedule, going back to H1, our board appointments. We have the Nueces County Airport Advisory Board. There are 3 open positions, one at-large application received by Peter Kindig. So I would make the motion to appoint Peter, and also extend the motion to reopen. I think, is that what Tara was wanting us to do, as per my communication with her earlier. She's been out a couple of days, so.
Sorry, and what position would he be filling? Do we know?
At large position.
At large, okay.
Yes.
Judge, can I'm sorry.
I also would defer to you, Commissioner Modis. I believe you were out there. Would you prefer we not open this back up and bring it back as a board appointment? There was some discussion, I understand, about possibly changing the board to all at large to help get it filled.
Yeah, Judge, so I had a chance, Commissioner Pusley and I are going out tomorrow to the airport to visit with our staff out there, but I had a chance to sit in on the Airport Advisory Committee meeting last week. They didn't have a quorum, so it was an informal discussion. We have 4, maybe possibly 5, but my question or concern, I guess it's more of a legal, or if Tara can chime in from the office, I know we've broken down these positions to make precinct appointments, and there's at large. I know there's people who are in our community who have a passion for aviation, have a background in aviation that could help us, but maybe they're already locked in because a particular precinct has already been filled, and that's what the at large are for. But if there is a challenge in finding some of the other precincts to fill, I'd like to see those being opened up, or not just one particular precinct or another, all of them. Like either they can come from a precinct, if there's an appointee, make it, and then if not, then open it up to an at-large position. So I don't know if that's something that we would need to take action maybe at the next meeting before appointment, because I'd like to see that happen, or I don't know if we could put that in the motion now just to kind of accept anyone. Is that going to take some time to work through?
I don't know why we can't just do it now. It's germane. Why can't we make a motion from the floor and just do it?
Well, if you do it, will additional people apply? Or if you do it today and accept from what you have?
We had it open. I think we accept who applied. It's been open. He did the response, and then the remaining seats, I think there are still 3 remaining, at least 3 seats that are open that.
So you're saying
that would change moving forward.
Change the description today and accept or reject whoever the applicants are based on that new policy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And my question is, isn't that the first advisory board meeting that there's been for the airport advisory board
long
in
time.
like 3 years?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
I'd like to put all the advisory boards on the agenda to look and see again whether or not we even need. I'm not saying we do or don't on this one, but this advisory board hadn't met in how long? This is the first one that I've heard they met in a couple of years.
It's been years.
Yes.
I mean, so I'm not sure why we have some of these advisory boards, and I know Mr. Matas has an interest in keeping this one going, and I'm okay with giving it some time, but we can't get people to apply to this because they don't have meetings. I put someone on there, and they called me and they said, we don't meet. I don't want to be on this board anymore. I'm like, okay, well, I haven't gone out and tried to find anyone for my precinct because they don't meet. So I'm not going to put someone on a board that doesn't do anything.
I did speak to our director, and that is the reason we did have the one meeting. At my request, I told him we had to start meeting. So I think if we get some members on there that are interested in aviation, as well as Commissioner Matas said, I think that these moving forward, it is a requirement that they meet a certain amount of time. So I think the oversight has been
None.
none.
Okay, so
yes.
I am 100% agreeing that we should just have an at-large, whoever
At-large,
applies that we want to
yes.
put on, that shouldn't be from a precinct, because honestly, people from my precinct aren't going to be as interested as people in your precincts because it's
Big
out there,
area.
right? And it should be whoever we think is good. So I would make a motion to change the current setup to where it can be all at-large members of this community.
Let's
Nueces
accept
County.
the one
Nueces County.
application first, and then let's do your motion.
However you want to do it. Sure,
Yes,
Judge.
I think because
That's fine.
he did apply.
I
as
withdraw
per
my
our
motion for right
timeframe.
now. Sure.
Yes.
My bad. Sure.
I'll make the motion to accept the appointment of Peter Kindig.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now let's make that motion moving forward.
Or if John, if
yeah.
you want to make it, since it was
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's
You
your
already had
idea.
the language going, so.
Well, no, I'm,
Yeah.
okay.
It's like somebody
Based on
with the
Commissioner
language
Mata's great suggestion, I think we should make a motion to make this an at-large advisory board, where anybody from Nueces County can apply and be appointed.
And to reopen for the
And to
remaining
reopen.
open
If you-
positions.
I can make that part of the motion. I was going to do a
Yes.
second motion.
Yes.
And to reopen, yes.
And to reopen for appointments to the vacancies.
Second.
Did you second that, Commissioner Gonzalez? Seconded that. We have a motion and a second. Any other
And-
discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'd like to further what was briefly discussed, and we just went through this process before I left the city council, and we did it once when I was commissioner before, and that's basically to have a sunset review of all the boards and committees that we appoint people to, and to see if they're all necessary any longer. And we had the city secretary go through that for us and bring the report to us about how often they had met, when they couldn't do it, how many times they didn't do a quorum, whatever. So, Your Honor, if we could maybe head in that direction, I think it'd be a really good thing, because as we found before, we've had numerous boards and commissions that people hadn't met in years,
And we have statutory boards that we have to keep. There's been a couple that we've talked about possibly. We started looking into this when we found this board was not meeting.
Yeah.
And so we looked into several others. There's one other that has
I
to be kept.
think making them all
Yes.
at large will be
Yes.
a big help. I
Okay.
really do, so.
So that's just an instruction and direction. It's not a part of the motion. So we will definitely do that as well. So any other comments or questions? We have a motion and a second to make all of the members at large and to reopen for the open positions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Just for clarification,
The
not only
motion.
the vacant, but also in there, all the positions. So for instance, when these terms end, they're going to open back up as vacant, I mean, as at large.
At large,
Okay, so
everything, it
everything.
is
Okay.
all an at-large board now, so, yes,
Okay.
yes. But the vacant positions are the ones we're filling, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Item number 2, the Nueces County Child Welfare Board. We had one application received, Jennifer Kramer Olivia, and this is the one board that is statutory, I believe, that we were just talking about, that we're required to keep for another year. I would make the motion to accept the application and reopen for the other vacant positions.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. On item number 2, our consent agenda, does any member have any items they wish to pull for further discussion? I have a few, if you don't.
Judge, I have item R. I'm going to abstain on that item, so I need that one pulled separately.
Item R,
Yes. Or I could,
you're fine.
I'll
We'll
just-
pull it so you can
I'll just,
abstain
yeah.
from that one
I
vote.
could
Yes.
just abstain.
We'll pull Q.
Q. Commissioner Chesney, anything?
No, ma'am.
I need to pull item E, item I,
Item E, I.
G, numbers 1, 2, and 3.
E, I, what?
E, I, and item G, only numbers 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so I have this,
Make a motion to pass all of the consent agenda items except E, G, 1, 2, and 3, I, and Q.
and R.
And R. Sorry, I'm getting it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The first one up is item E, on the authorized payment of bills of group health insurance claims. I really just have a request for this account in the future with a backup. If we could get a running balance of what the health insurance account has with these, I think it would help us to stay educated and more informed. This account has been a little bit troublesome for us, so if we could get a total balance when we get this amount, so we know where we are on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's it. So I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. On item G, 1, 2, and 3, at the request of the county attorney, I am tabling those to the next meeting. Jenny,
Second.
is that correct? Is that
Yes.
good, or just table indefinitely?
I believe we should at least know something more
By the 19th. Is it
soon.
19th? Yes.
I think there's a telephone call that's going to happen this afternoon after
Okay.
court.
That's my motion to table to the next meeting.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Chesney. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. On item I am making the motion to table indefinitely. I received a phone call from Chief Markle. He said this is not necessary, so we are tabling unless they bring it back for some reason. So
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item Q is yours, Commissioner Gonzalez.
I need some clarification on this, and I don't know, for the property located in the Colonia Mexicana subdivision, is that such a subdivision? I thought it was just the Colonia subdivision. I don't
And
know.
that was as per their wording, Jenny, on the property descriptions
That's
or something.
That's the legal description, I
That's a
think.
legal description is all it
in the
is
appraisal
on there.
district.
It's just some lots that was given to the county over in the Hillcrest Avenue, Hillcrest area.
Was it in
yes.
Hillcrest?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought it was Robson when I saw San
We all thought
Pedro,
that,
so I
but
looked
that
at
was
it.
the
and it's-
legal description
I thought it
of
was
the
one, I
property.
thought it was one in Greenwood.
Well, yeah, there's one in
So
Greenwich,
Toga.
I forgot.
Oh,
the
No,
one
this was in,
subdivision.
yeah.
No,
This one's
this
near the
is-
refinery.
Yes.
This is okay, is there a price for this or something? Or is there a
They're
cost?
donating it.
They're donating all of this, and they really didn't want any
Is there a
recognition or anything,
purpose
so
we
that's the
accepting
reason
it?
we put it on here.
Is there a purpose that we are accepting this or what?
They told us we can do whatever we want to with it, sell it or whatever, they just gave it to us.
You can sell it too?
Yes, they said we can accept it, sell it, whatever, it's some small lots and properties, and
Okay, so move.
Commissioners making the motion to, we have a motion and a second to accept. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. On item R, and Commissioner Modis, this is the one you said you needed to abstain from.
Yes, Judge,
Yes.
I'm abstaining.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
One abstain. Commissioner Modis, the motion passes. That concludes our consent agenda. Unless I've missed something, please clarify, catch me right now. Moving on to the regular agenda, item 2, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a method of procurement, invitation for bids for Nueces County Coastal Parks equipment, and authorize a purchasing agent to publish a notice. This is ARPA funded. I would make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 3, similar, discuss and consider authorizing and approving method of procurement, invitation for bids for autopsy equipment for the medical examiner's office. This is ARPA funded as well. I will make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Gonzalez, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 4, I am going to make the motion to table to the February 19th meeting. And just for information only, very quickly to let you know that we do have a federal disaster finance policy, FEMA policy as well, and there's been some discussions on the last freeze and the pay. I've instructed the Emergency Operations Director, Ms. Hawkins, to look at this. I believe, just for purposes for information, Commissioner Pusley is volunteered to look with you or help you with wording to look at the whole policy instead of just this one paragraph. So I would like to bring this back to our February 19th meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 5, discuss and consider execution of an American Institute of Architects Services contract with Richter Architects to provide the architectural services relating to the Nueces County Emergency Operations Center in the amount of $70,755 and all related matters. This comes from my dedicated funds to the emergency operations at Hilltop. I'd make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I believe Commissioner Modis got it first.
Is that for the architect only? Or-
Yes, for the EOC portion of it, and that comes out of the budget that I have for it, yes. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 6, discuss and consider unallocating $19,303.93 from the Bob Hall Pier Hurricane Harvey funds and reallocating to the London Drainage Land Acquisition. Commissioner Chesney, this is yours. Would you like to?
Yeah, I'm going to let Teresa pass out some information. This is just it's a net zero effect. It's a technicality. What happened on this basically was that the bill got sent to the wrong person, so this is not paying the bill. This is just doing some reallocation to meet within the ARPA regulations, and it's a net zero effect. I'll let Teresa go through that too, if she wants to.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. These funds are the balance of the London drainage funds that was moved to the Bob Hall Pier project. The invoices that we need to pay are not included in the ARPA funds, so it's just a net zero effect where we're using the funds in the Bob Hall Pier project that are for Hurricane Harvey funds in order to pay these costs.
So we're not adding, but we're not losing?
It's a zero effect, yes.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a fund swap.
So was there a London drainage project done?
Yeah, it's
It's already done?
Yeah, I'd moved the money over, but then this bill came in afterwards.
Okay, no problem.
Is that your motion to pass, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. We have a motion
I
and a
have a
second.
question.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
So what we're doing here, Teresa, is we're taking some money from the Harvey assessor funds from the pier to pay the bill that came later?
Right. The bill.
But we're flipping.
It's a swap. So the engineer, the land acquisition invoices for the title fees and for the boundary survey are not included in ARPA, but there is the London drainage project. So the London drainage monies went into the ARPA project for Bob Hall Pier. So in order for us to pay those invoices that were billed incorrectly, we're using the Hurricane Harvey funds because the difference is already a part of the London drainage monies. So it's a net zero.
Yeah, I stuck money over. I thought we were done with London drainage, so I moved my London drainage over, and then this bill came in because it was sent to wasn't sent to us. So,
But my question is, and I can understand that, Commissioner, what I'm saying is we're taking it away from the Harvey disaster fund. So if something like this happens, if, for instance, some other precinct happens, that we do the same thing, you never know. So we are eligible to get money from the Harvey funds from the pier, right? Or from Hilltop, since they're
As long as you,
countywide projects.
right, as long as you replace it.
Yeah.
So I'm just replacing it.
And
Right.
as long as the funds are left in the Harvey, I mean,
Right.
like after this, today on the Bob Hall Pier,
It's getting,
yeah, we're down to
That's what I'm saying.
287,000.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
you can't just change it if there's no Harvey funds left in there. Yes,
And that's right, 'cause
yes,
we're
yes.
taking, you know, so I'm just saying, okay.
But there is funds there, and with this deduction, there will still be 287,700 or $287,994 of Harvey money dedicated to the Bob Hall Pier.
Okay.
and it started out as a lot more, and that was
Yes,
some that the
yes,
judge switched and
yes.
other,
I
yes.
remember that, yeah.
But, right, Hilltop's available too, though.
Okay.
Yes. Well, Hilltop's kind of dedicated already to somewhat, but we don't know
No,
how
I mean,
much
there's
is
some
available.
Harvey there's some Harvey
We don't know how
There's some
much is
Harvey.
left.
Oh, I
There's
don't-
still
yeah.
some
Oh, I don't
outstanding,
know. Okay.
yes.
Maybe a little bit, a little bit.
There's an MOU with some stuff for Hilltop still. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 7, discuss and consider unallocating the Inland Parks and Countywide Precinct 1 ARPA funds obligated to Hazel Bazemore. And this is yours, Commissioner Pusley. Would you like to take over this one as well?
Yes, ma'am. And with Teresa's help, I will.
Yes. I think she has a pass out for you, or did she already pass that out?
what-
Is it already attached?
We've
It's
been
attached.
working it. I met with Teresa and the young lady from Grant Works, and we all got in the room and went through this. So basically, what we're doing is we're canceling this Hilltop Workout Center, and we're going to.
Hazel Bazemore, Commissioner.
Hazel Bazemore.
Did I say Hilltop? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Hazel Bazemore, and we're moving it to the Hilltop community. I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong
No.
line. But I did need to make one change, Your Honor. And this was my mistake, and I just missed this on the number 3, the 294,000 we had listed as Precinct 1 drainage projects. I wasn't aware we need to allocate that to a specific project, so I sat down with Edward and we've talked about this at length, and so I'm going to designate that for the Lyndale/TM baseball field improvements. We've got quite a few things that need to be done out there, and so we're going to reallocate those funds for that. And instead of I've got some other money that's going to be coming up that we can dedicate to drainage projects. So I would like to make a motion that we approve this reallocation of funds.
So is it going to be different than second? Is it going to be different than what's on here? Because you just made the
Yeah, it's gonna
vocal
be different.
change?
Yes.
So can
Yes.
can you just articulate clearly again for me? Because
Yeah, so if you look down under the unallocate 804,450.
Yes, sir.
And reallocate as shown below, the 422,000 and change will go to the Hilltop Community Center project. And then the 87,000 is the workout station that we're canceling. And then the 294,000 is going to go for Lyndale, Basel, TM baseball field improvements.
Okay, instead of Precinct 1 drainage project.
That's correct.
Yes.
To Lyondell.
Lyndale,
Lyndale,
Basel.
Basel, and TM baseball field improvements.
Okay.
We have a-
My understanding, again, it says new projects. I thought we couldn't do any more new projects with the ARPA funds. That was my understanding.
That's-
When I asked, I think it was last week, said if it's a new project, you can't do it. If it's an ongoing project, you can do it.
Right,
So-
Commissioner, it's not ARPA funds, it's the Hurricane Harvey monies.
All that is
And the
hurricane?
new project was changed to the Lyondale Basil.
But it was also a project that was already in progress. It was, Inland Parks has stuff going on
There's an
at the
existing
Lyndale.
project.
It was an existing project with just additional stuff going towards that
Well, it
one.
didn't say
It's
that.
not, it says new project, but it wasn't, and we
okay.
clipped, that's the reason he changed from drainage to
I just
an
wanna- I just wanna make
exist,
sure.
we're fair
Right,
to
it's not our-
everybody, yes,
No,
sir.
that's a good point.
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah, we're essentially we're unallocating the ARPA funds and moving those to Hilltop, which is going to free up Hurricane Harvey funds, which need to be dedicated to a specific project, and that's what the number 3 will be. Those are going to be Hurricane Harvey funds that will be utilized for Lyndale-Basell TM baseball field improvements.
Do we know how much Harvey funds are left there, the Hilltop?
They gave it.
Teresa?
How much is left after
So-
that? There's 300, but we still have, contracts, MOUs with departments still. I think there's not much left that, in Harvey funds left of, I don't have that sheet
I
that
don't
we
need
were
much,
looking
but
at.
I'm saying, I'm asking 'cause I don't need much, but,
Yeah.
but okay, I mean.
I
But I
don't.
know Chesney has a little bit in.
Yeah, Chesney has more in the bottom up here.
Hey, don't
Is that
don't
sheet?
bringing me up. This is his
In the
item.
Harvey funds to transfer.
Leave me alone.
There's, is this the Harvey balance, the 316?
That's correct.
But we also have it dedicated and possibly 195 of that to the generators and rooftop project at the Hilltop.
Okay.
Possibly. So there's 100,000 and maybe a little bit in
question is,
his, so.
Okay.
Well, the 422,000, Teresa, help me here if I'm wrong, that number 1 is basically going to pay the architectural fees that are
Yes.
left over.
That's correct, Commissioner.
That have not been paid. And then,
And let's,
and then the 87,504, Teresa, that's going to be,
That's going to pay for the engineering costs
That was
on
already
the
done.
Hazel
That
Bazemore
was already done.
workout
Yeah.
project that was funded
Do we
in
have
ARP,
that
because we have to
stated
zero
right,
that
though?
out.
it says the new project,
Because it's
we
gonna
can't
be-
use ARPA money on this because you're taking the ARPA money out. So we have to pay for the engineering costs with something, and those
That's correct.
costs have already been incurred.
Right,
Yes.
and the new, all of these projects will be your Hurricane Harvey monies, so
And
that's why
and let me
they're,
clarify too, the first part of this, unallocating and doing, and is for grants and grant works and them for their documentation and paperwork. The second part on you reallocating to a project that has already been established, not creating new, is
Right.
this Commissioners Court made that our priority. That was our rules implemented on ourselves when you transfer money out. It couldn't just hold there and create a new project as you felt like. It had to be dedicated to something that was ongoing, a project right away. Yes, okay.
yeah.
So,
we had engineering fees that we still owed.
Yes.
That's what number 2 is for.
195.
On the workout station, we need to pay those. The 422,000 is going to be utilized to pay the architect what we owe him for the Hilltop project.
that
And
wasn't
then-
budgeted either, and one.
And the
we-
only new
yes.
thing we're creating is the number 3, which
Yes.
will be the Lyndale-Basell TM baseball field improvements.
Yes. And Commissioner Modas has a question or
Yes.
comment too. Yes.
So, I mean, I know we've all talked, but I see that we have JJ on from Grant Works. I don't know if she wants to chime in, because it's all good that we all agree, but I want to make sure that we have them confirm, or someone from our grants department can confirm what we all, I think, know,
I
the
talked to
rules and
them
process.
yesterday, too.
But
Yes.
if we can hear from her, that'd be helpful. But also, too, second part to that is I'm assuming we're still in the works to have a workshop or a special meeting on assets that the county has. And for me, at this point, it has nothing to do with anyone. I'm going to be supportive of every commissioner with whatever project they want to do in their precinct. But we're getting to the point where we're going to look at assets in the next few weeks, and there may be a reprioritization of projects in the county. And I'm concerned that if our direction changes on any project, or we say, we're only going to focus on, say, 4 hubs, 1 in each precinct, this is putting money to a precinct project that may not happen. So I'm a little concerned from that perspective. But aside from that, I know there's been a lot of time and effort being put by Edward and Teresa and Commissioner Pusley on this. But that's the second part to all of this, if it can wait. Now, I know that we can't. So trying to bring
This-
it back to the discussion with the first one, but
In answer to your question quickly,
yes.
Since he is changing this out of ARPA and getting Harvey funds for this, I am not certain that they're going to be starting construction on this. Our meeting is in 2 weeks on assets, so I think him transferring it, the only other stipulation that he would have if this becomes one of the projects, maybe that we're discussing on doing something else with, he would have to transfer it again, but it's Harvey funds. It's not going anywhere. The only stipulation is, like the rules have been for everybody, it would have to be on a project that has already been court approved, just an additional feature or something.
Gotcha.
So, yes. Okay.
Yeah,
So it won't
and I can wait for
hinder
that
anything.
discussion then.
Yes,
I mean, I
yes.
just wanted to bring it up since it was on.
We're just in the infancy of
Gotcha.
this. We
Yes.
haven't really discussed what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. We just, Edward and I have been discussing what hasn't happened at that park, and we know we've got a lot of things to do. But we did, and Judge, correct me if you're wrong, I did go over all of this with Grant Works, and I think they sent you an email clarifying that everything was okay.
They did. They had a question. I think their concerns were about us just staying in communication. They weren't aware yesterday that you had a meeting with Natalie about this very issue, is what their concern was. And as I said before, the first part of this, unallocating and putting it to the Hilltop Community Center, transferring that money out, Hilltop is already, it's an ongoing, GrantWorks is watching this. It is already a project that has been approved. There was Harvey money in it. It's the same thing we did to the Bob Hall Pier with the EOC. So they had no question about the obligation. They prefer that we don't do this really often, because since as the one invoice had been presented for the engineering, they're having to draw that back and we're having to pay for it with something else. That kind of highlights us. But we literally don't have that much more left of Harvey funds for anybody to transfer out either. So I don't foresee that being a big issue for this court. So.
And I will have one more that I'll bring back to the court. Teresa and I wanted to wait. We've got some more work to do on it, and that has to do with the proposed facility in Driscoll. We're going to be making some changes to that. So
Okay.
that'll be forthcoming here at a future meeting.
But right now we have a motion and a second to accept. Did you have a question? Oh, yes.
Just for clarification, I believe Teresa says that there's supposed to be 2 separate action items on here, but he kind of conflated both of them.
To unallocate and reallocate the Harvey funds to these things, so yes. Okay.
Right, so that's
You want them 2 separate motions?
It doesn't matter, anything that's clean enough for the minutes,
I'm okay with that.
With all of it.
You want 2 separate motions?
So you have to go back, because right now you're
You already have a
allocating
motion and a
funds.
second.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I think Commissioner Chesney seconded
Yeah, he
it.
did, okay.
And
just start with the
I'll
first.
make a motion to unallocate the $804,450 from Inland Parks and Countywide Precinct 1 ARPA funds obligated for Hazel Bazemore Park Workout Station structure, and reallocate those to the Hilltop Community Center ARPA project.
Commissioner Chesney, you
Second.
seconding it well. We have a motion and a second.
I'm being told,
What?
you said ARPA funds or Harvey funds?
He's unallocating that will, and yes.
Okay.
Good for you? Good?
Yeah, no.
Okay. No, I just.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, and the second motion will be to unallocate $804,450 of Hurricane Harvey funds obligated for the Hilltop Community Center, and reallocate as shown below, or as listed below, in all related matters. And that will be item number 1, $422,492.54 to the Hilltop Community Center project, which will be utilized to pay the architect his final fees. Item number 2, $87,540 to the Hazel Bazemore Park Workout Station structure, which is to finalize the payments to the engineering for their fees. And then item number 3, $294,417.46 to the Lyndale Basell TM baseball field improvements.
That is a county park, so just for clarification. So I'll second the motion, sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
And Your Honor, I just want to give a special thanks to Teresa for all the work. If this sounds like a mouthful, you should have seen us when we first started it. I had to go back and get my algebra books out so I could keep up with her. But thank you, Teresa. I really appreciate
She
your
helps
help.
us all like that. Yes, thank you very much, Teresa. Item number 8, discuss and consider adopting the Commissioners Court policy as proposed in all related matters. You all should have received this policy. There's pretty much just clerical except for 2 items I would like to bring up to make sure we're all clear on. On page 8, number 5, it discusses the on number 5, public comment speakers must be residents of Nueces County. I didn't realize non-residents will be allowed a minute to speak. We do have some people, just as in the past with Port Aransas and condos and people that live in San Antonio. I didn't want to exclude them from being able to have a voice here. I got some phone calls about that. I'm not sure if y'all want to continue with it like it is here or.
Where are you looking, Judge?
Number 5 in red.
Page 8.
Oh.
Page 8.
Oh, I thought you
Sorry.
said page 5, sorry.
No, it was 8, sorry. Thank you.
And is this follow other
Yes.
best practices, or we're allowed to
I
take
think
this?
this Commissioner Pusley did, he got all the local surrounding areas, all the port, the cities, the school districts, things like that. It does follow along. I think you had 6 or 7 different ones you went through their policy.
And I'm totally flexible on this. This is something that we did at the city, and maybe it doesn't happen here like it did there, but we had people coming from California and everywhere to speak at our open forums about the policies in the
They
city.
came in or they were online?
Both.
Oh, wow.
See, and we've had that, I think, especially when one of the speakers during public comment earlier kind of referenced an issue, and that when that really blew up about a year ago, we had people that were,
That's right.
I think, some that were online and some that were showing up in person, but were outside. I remember one really productive issue, and I can't remember what it was. It was public comment, and they're like, look, I can't go to my own commissioner's court. I don't have anyone else to go to, so I'm here in Nueces County because I forgot what issue it was. It was a kind of a bigger, more regional issue, and they felt compelled to come here, and we accepted it and we took it, and there was nothing else. They just felt that they needed somewhere publicly to go to. So that's my only concern, right? But we got to balance it. I agree, because there's some issues where it could totally be flooded, and maybe if you want to come and invest the time to be here in person, maybe I'm open with keeping it to anyone, right? But online, we're going to have to limit it. But then how do you verify? So that would be my only concern. It's just the complete opposite argument is to stifle people from having the opportunity. But I don't want us to get bogged down, because it is such a downer. Because we started today, it could have been such a negative, started off with such a positive tone and then gone negative, as public comments do. And we're not here to filter out public comment, right?
Yes.
We take the good with the bad or whatever. But also to some don't really have a voice. And I agree. If you're not really from this community as much as you're passionate about it, then how much, we're here to hear from residents that are impacted by Nueces County's decisions. Now, sometimes does that mean you live in the county? Yes. Sometimes it could be someone down the river or up the river that something we decide has an impact on. So that would be my only concern of looking at that. But if it helps us be more efficient, I'm all for that, because yes, we can and have gotten bogged down before.
Yeah.
It's going to be the honor system, because we also do not ask for addresses anymore, so it would have to be just someone doing.
You can ask, you're allowed to.
Ask if they're.
You're allowed to ask, like at the city, they have to declare that they are a citizen of Corpus Christi.
Okay.
It's an honor system, we're not going to search them.
It's an honor system.
But you have the right to ask them, if they live in Nueces County. You don't, and they can volunteer to give their address, but you can't ask them for that anymore.
Yeah.
You can ask them for their county.
Yes.
And
if you don't want to be specific, at least that.
Yeah, I have the same argument, Commissioner, when every year when I get my tax bill. The only problem with owning property is my wife and I are privileged to pay school district taxes in 5 different school districts, and I don't get to vote on their bond elections. So I think there ought to be state legislation that allows me to do that.
What's the other one, Judge, that you wanted to point out?
And if you are fine with that one, the way the wording is, I'm fine with it too. I didn't realize there was opportunity. And if you go to page 12, I think Commissioner Pesley, you did bring this up, and I think we all agree. I know when I came into office, there were some stops that you all did as a court, but I think this should be part of our policy approval of, I think Sam Pat has implemented something similar on their, when you lose an election, on a commissioner's approval to spend after that election they have lost. This is part of the local government code 130.908. If an incumbent member of the county commissioners court is not reelected to the commissioners court during the time following the date the results of the official canvass of the primary or general election returns are announced, the court must approve by a supermajority vote any expenditure that is over $1,000. That is not to say that any commissioner is not going to still be able to do business. If there's an emergency in your district, it just has to come to court and be voted on by the commissioner's court.
But I believe that's only if you stand for election. So if someone decides not to run,
then you are still, you have full authority until the end.
Yeah, I just
Does
want to
that
make sure
say
that's
that in here, or does that just imply that? Because I don't want us to get down to that issue in a few years, and then we knew what the intent was, but
Yes.
what the wording says are two different.
Maybe we should add the
can't
language
be
in
reelected
there.
if you're not up for election. You can't be reelected if you can't be unelected if you're not being
So
elected.
as
right?
that would affect the person after the November election. If you're not running for election again, you wouldn't be able to spend until January. So
No, because you're not. In other words, you weren't. If you weren't.
this is after the election returns
You weren't on
are
the election,
announced.
then you weren't not reelected. You just weren't up.
You just weren't even on the ballot.
So in other words, if you're
That's
not
true.
up,
Wow.
then so that what I'm saying is this language would only apply to someone who got beat, is the way I read it and the way that I understand it. Because if you, we're
Can we
all going to
add
be.
language in there, Jenny, that speaks to the person not seeking re-election after the
Even then,
date of
because,
the general
like, if you
election and someone else is coming in, that should pertain to them as well?
What did you say?
I'm pulling the statutes now, and then there is another little fix with the wording. This supermajority request or this decision, should the court make it, is more stringent than the statute requires, and so there's
but-
just a little fix also with that wording.
Okay, let's go one at a time, though. If you don't run for election, then this language doesn't apply. Otherwise, if it did, you would not be able to do your job for 2 years when you didn't run. So to me, if you're not up for election, then you can't be reelected. Therefore, this language wouldn't apply. If someone needs
This
to quit,
says during the time following the date of the results of the official canvass of the election is done. So I guess unless you're in a primary,
If you're
that's
not
what you're
reelected.
talking. Yes.
no,
okay.
it says, well, the first part, I'm on page 12. If you're looking at page,
I'm looking at the bottom. If an incumbent member of the county commissioner is not reelected, you're still the incumbent until the election is over with.
right, but if you're, right.
December 31st.
But this doesn't apply to someone who doesn't run for office again.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't be not reelected if you never were on the ballot to be elected.
But I thought that's because they're referencing the official results of the, you can say, general election. If you're not the official result of the general election, this would pertain to you from November the 7th or whenever it was till January 1, the new person comes in.
The court must be, and what part are you reading on that one? Documents created, like, I'm reading page 12. It says.
The last sentence, the date of the results of the official canvass, I think if you take the primary out and our election returns are announced, general election returns, that if you're not running, that would pertain to you because you won't be on the general election results.
No, it won't, because you weren't, the first part of it is the court is not reelected, right? So you can't be reelected if you didn't run for office. So if we need to clarify it, then we need to clarify
Or
it, 'cause
add a
this is-
sentence in there that, if that's the
I'm not
route we want to
meaning-
go, then we need to add language in there that pertains to someone not seeking reelection.
You want to do
Amended.
Well, because
an
you're-
amended
because-
motion here?
Right, because
Okay.
if you're going to read it that way, then let's say that I or anyone decides not to run, but I get to finish my term. So if you're reading it the way you're reading it, Judge, as of March, even though I didn't run for reelection, which I'm not saying I'm not, so let's make that clear before that gets out there, but that I wouldn't be able to do anything without a supermajority.
I am not. I was
No,
wanting to
right.
change that to general election, but I think we can add an amendment to this that states.
If someone doesn't run for office, this doesn't count.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying.
I think the general election kind of answers the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, it shouldn't, or you can't do your job.
No, I'm saying you can't. You do your job until after the general election.
Say again?
You know, you can do your job. If you don't,
Until the
you don't
election,
run, you
the
can do your
general
job for the
election.
next 2 years.
If you don't, right, if you don't run at all, then there should be.
November the
you
7th,
get
it
to
wouldn't
finish
be
your term
December
the way you
31st. It'd be like
in your term.
everybody else if you're not
I think a
coming
month
back.
and a half.
I really don't think you need I mean, I think it's implied, isn't it?
It's implied to me, but let's add a clarifying line in there if we need to amend that just to.
So I would offer an amendment, to this, let's see, which item.
You just say this does not apply to someone who doesn't run for reelection.
Okay. So this would be item E, I'd offer item to add item F.
Offer item F, or it should probably just be added to item D because that's where they address it. Can
Okay.
we add a line in there in D?
We'll add a sentence to item D, what is that, Part 4, under financial, item D, we'll add a sentence that says,
Bring it up next.
this does not apply if you are not running for reelection.
Right.
Okay.
Okay? I'd make that amendment.
I'll second that.
Can you repeat that?
Any other discussion? Yes.
Repeat that, Commissioner?
I was afraid you'd ask me that.
He said this does not apply if you do not run for
This
reelection.
does not apply if you do not.
Incumbent does not
run for-
seek
If the incumbent
reelection.
does not run for reelection, yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
was that a motion in a second, or I'll
Yes,
second?
there was, I seconded
Oh, you
it
said, I'm
already,
sorry.
yes.
So discussion, Judge?
Yes, uh-huh.
Just
So-
have to be a supermajority.
I mean, whether you're, I mean, if you run and you lose, or even if you don't, I don't want us to be handcuffed, like Commissioner Chesney said, like for a year or 2 years if you make an announcement. But if you're a lame duck from Election Day to December 31st,
really-
then that keeps with what we just did, because I don't want to change that. That would be my only concern, because we made that decision. This came about because of votes that we took when Commissioner Hernandez was here, and it wasn't aimed at him, and I and other members of the court clearly stated it's been done before some of us got on here. It's continued to be done, and we're just trying to put it in writing. So I appreciate that that's there. I guess the argument is, do we want to
It may be another
include
policy.
not those that are not seeking? Because if you're out, I would prefer to keep funding or the spirit of, if you're a lame duck from Election Day to the end of the year, you're a lame duck, whether you chose to be or whether you were defeated in an election, you're still a lame duck. Now, I'm okay with that short window
Short
between
window,
November
from the
to
general
the end of
election to
December,
the
or
swearing in of
the new member,
January,
right.
yes. That is the window we're talking
know,
about
Okay,
here.
if we are,
Yes.
then I'm good with that.
In all
Well, no, but
fairness,
that's
to
not what
me,
this
I didn't vote for that, Commissioner, because I think if you were elected to be a commissioner, you're a commissioner to December 31st, no matter if you're a lame duck or not. So you do your job. If you're trying to keep somebody from doing their job, I don't think it's our position to tell somebody you can't do your job. So this is why I voted against. I don't think it was right that what we did when Commissioner Hernandez was here, because I don't think that we should have done that. I just don't think we should limit anybody. I mean, if everything has to come to the court for approval anyway. So, I mean, if it's going to be something, he brings $49,000 and we say, well, no, we're not going to approve it, we don't approve it. So, I mean, he's got a P card, okay, there's a minimum for the P card, I mean.
Well,
But if it's something he's working on in a project, I mean, we're going to stop all the projects he's working on because we're not going to support him, or we're not support that. I mean, I don't think that's right. I think he was
Not
elected
stopping
by
it,
the
you're
people.
saying.
He was elected by the people to be a commissioner,
This is
and
a
his job ends on December
government
31st
code
of
in
that year.
place for all.
And I'll say again, Commissioner, because you keep bringing it up, we did the same thing when Judge Canales was going out and Judge Scott was coming in, that we did,
No, the only
Commissioner,
thing we did,
100%, we stopped
No.
all her spending. And you,
No,
Commissioner,
well,
you need to go
the
back
only
and look.
the only
You need to
thing
go
we
back and look.
did
She tried to
was
spend
board
hundreds
appointments.
of thousands of extra
The
dollars
only thing we
on the
did
way
was
out.
board appointments that I remember of. I don't remember, Teresa, I don't remember we stopping all financial expenditures for Judge Canales. I mean, she spent a lot, probably before she left, but I think all we did
The ones we
was
could
board
stop, we
appointments.
stopped.
Well, I mean, because that's the reason for that.
So,
But board appointments, I remember we did.
If you want to do the supermajority, John, Commissioner Minas, from November on, but my concern is if someone, like, if you're going to read this to where someone doesn't run for reelection, then technically you could read it as they can't do their job for 2 years.
Yeah, I
So
don't want
if
that.
you
I don't
wanna-
like that
I don't
either.
like that.
I think
No.
we're talking about the general election,
No, this says-
final.
but this
Talking
says-
about the
Final month and a
2
half.
months, basically.
Right, so then just say the official canvass of the primary, that this does not apply if you do not run for reelection for the March, from March on.
I don't think we need to complicate that.
Yeah.
Just talk about after the canvassing of the votes for the November general election. And that applies to all of it, whether you had a primary opponent or there was a primary
Or you
person
weren't on the
not.
ballot
You
or
just-
whatever,
Or the
whoever,
runoff, or the
yes.
runoff.
That, I think, I'm more for simplicity on that. I want to keep with the spirit of what we had. And by the way, we had an important port appointment in December of 2016. I was elected in November of 2016. The previous court did not give me that courtesy to vote on that. Since then, we have corrected those appointments, and I appreciate that we've done that. So, I mean, just for context, right? So I'm not trying to say anything. I mean,
But you want to take the primary out?
I mean, I'm just saying, let's make the language easier. I get what Commissioner Gonzalez is saying too, is that, hey, it still comes down to a vote.
But just take the primary out.
But also too, for us and especially for the community, we're doing it right now when it's not an issue. It's not.
Right.
That's why
It's
we're
not
doing it now.
particular
It's
to
not
one person,
directed
right? The
at
situation
anyone.
still may
Yes.
be within months of referencing what the last, time that this came up. But looking forward, we're a little under, 21 months before this happens again. So I'm glad we're doing it now. I want to make the language as simple as possible so it's as easy to understand as possible. I would prefer to keep it just the lame duck period from the general election, which is kind of what we reference and how we've been practicing these last.
Then take
years
out the word
probably.
primary.
2
Then just
years
take out
for
the-
sure.
At least the last 8 years. We did it when Lloyd Neal was leaving and Judge Canales came in. We did it when Commissioner Hernandez was coming in. Commissioner Vaughn, she had some projects and we stopped them. The only way we got to do some of these projects was because we allowed Commissioner Hernandez to come in and say no. And we actually did a 180 on some of these projects. We were going to close down Hilltop and not do anything with Hilltop, and we allowed deference from the commissioner to come in and say, no, I want to resurrect it, I want to save it, and we did that. And in hindsight, I think we did the right thing. So I'm okay with putting the brakes on someone who's in a lame duck session. I don't want it to apply for a year or 2 years. I don't want to even apply to March of a primary year. I'm just saying, once that general election is done and we know who the commissioner is, even if they're unopposed in the general election, not until the vote has been canvassed, I'm okay with that. But I'm not going
You
to do
take
it
out
larger.
this line right here, Commissioner Pusley,
I
this
agree
is
with
yours
you,
if you're
Commissioner.
agreeable to it.
You want me to pull my amendment? Is that what
No, you could take,
I'm just-
pull your
I'm
amendment
just
and
saying
let's
what I'm
just
saying.
omit this one line, if you'll pull your amendment.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Okay, if you take out the line in D that says during the time following the date of the results of the official canvass of the primary, delete that.
Okay. We're,
Then it goes to,
what item?
Just
is
the
that?
words of the primary?
If I could impose on the court, there is a legislative history that does speak to this particular issue. I'm happy to take it into executive if you'd like to pull it there.
Yeah, let's do that.
okay,
Okay. So which line are we deleting, Your Honor?
Well, we're going to go into
well, we're going to
exec.
bring it to, we'll have to come back, so let's pull
So
this into
so we're gonna-
executive.
Table this for the moment?
We'll bring it back after executive.
Executive.
After
We'll take it
executive
in there, yes.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Skipping it.
Let's try to get a few more things done. Item number, Number 9, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshop dates, and related matters. I think everyone's been notified and agreed upon a special meeting for February 26th, one-item agenda discussing county assets, as you alluded to, Commissioner Martis, earlier. And then your suggestion was, because of the NACO conference, to change the March 5th meeting to March 12th.
Wait. February
sorry.
20, can we go to one at a time? February 26th, I don't think I got confirmation on when we were doing that one.
February 26th, 9 a.m. I thought that everyone
No,
had
I
agreed
just-
that date was available.
I just
Sorry.
didn't get, I'm not sure. Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
hold
I'm
on.
sorry, I thought everyone had been
No,
notified.
I
so it
was
just a
notified,
statement.
I just don't know if I got it back that it was confirmed, and I may have missed it, so it's okay.
Well, I think that's what this is, we're just now
Right, I
confirming
appreciate it.
yes.
I'm just putting
Is
it
it
on
going
my
to be like
calendar.
a workshop?
It's, it should just be one item agenda. We will discuss assets and
Are
combine
we
list.
proposing to take action?
I
It's an
think
agenda
we
item.
keep an,
We don't have to.
we can do a workshop, or I think we
Workshops
keep
stink.
options open to where we could do an action if we wanted to. We can,
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
okay.
Okay. I'm good. I'm just trying to understand.
What, and then what are you saying on this next one?
And then there's a suggestion to change our March 5th meeting to March 12th. That would give us back-to-back meetings, but that's because of the
I'm
NACO
out.
conference.
I'm out that week.
You're
Sorry.
out that week,
No,
so.
no, sorry.
And I'm not going anymore, so Commissioner, do you have a problem
I'm out too.
missing? I think I'm gonna, with all the stuff going on like we talked about, so. Are you here for March the 5th?
It's a what?
Fifth, but not the 12th.
I don't know, I
Well-
got to check my calendar, it might be in Austin, but
On the 5th or the 12th?
the 12th.
Oh, so he's going to be gone too, so I think we just
Well,
leave it, or we can just not
I
have a
don't mind
meeting and
looking at
have
another
one meeting in March, if y'all want to do it.
I
Spring
mean,
break, there's a lot of things going on, if y'all want to do that.
I'm okay. I mean,
When does
this
spring
month,
break
we're
start?
going to meet the 5th, the 19th, 26th,
Do what?
then the 5th. So of the next 5 Wednesdays, we're going to meet 4 out of the next 5
How did
Wednesdays.
that happen?
So maybe we just
I'm
omit
just-
the March 5th meeting?
I didn't plan that. I'm just, it now has happened that way. So
Didn't catch
that's
that
why but then we're going to end up having back-to-back if we do the 12th and the 19th. So I will participate.
With 3
If I'm
meetings
allowed
in
to by
February?
Zoom, I would rather do
Because we're
that or
doing a
ask for
special
a
meeting.
light,
Yeah,
a light
we won't
agenda
have an
on
agenda.
March the 5th. That's all I will ask, is something that I could at least zoom in on, if not.
I say we just
I'm
not-
okay
have
if we
one
need to
meeting
add
in
some
March.
other things. Well, I'm okay if we need to add some things to the 26th to
26th.
get all the light stuff done, Commissioner Monas, to accommodate the March 5th request, because that's okay. I mean, making it a, so I would make a motion that we,
Just one second. I think Lisa has a question.
If I could just add the consent agenda items for the check registers and payment approvals?
well, I think what we do is let's
Usually
just
do that.
change March 5th to February 26th, if everybody's okay with that. We're not canceling a meeting, we're actually just changing the
Do
meeting
all
date.
of it in one. Yes, okay.
Okay.
We'll just have back-to-back-to-back meetings here. Yes, okay.
Does anybody have a problem with that one?
So we'll,
So what's in and what's out?
so the
For March-
19th and 26th.
19th and 26th,
February.
and no March 5th meeting.
And no March 5th, okay.
Yes.
So we just,
Just
all we're
one
doing is
meeting in March.
we're switching the March 5th meeting to February 26th.
Yes.
That would be
Yes.
my motion. March 5th
I'll
meeting would be
second.
February 26th.
All those in favor say aye.
Next one will be the
Aye.
19th.
Huh?
And then the next one will be the 19th.
Yes, in March.
Can somebody please get that to our assistants so they
So
can
they can mark our calendars.
mark their calendars, please?
Well, we should already be on there for the next meeting and for the 12th, the 26th, because
So
I think
what meeting did we cancel?
March 5th.
We just switched 5th to
We
the
switched the
26th.
5th to, since we're going to have a meeting anyway on the
Sorry?
assets, we're going to move that to the 26th
To
of
the
February.
February 26th
Yes.
meeting?
Whatever you
So
want.
it should already be on your calendar because you responded
Okay.
that you were available.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I'm good.
And we already voted on that. Did I vote? Or
It
did
won't be a
I?
special meeting, it'll be just a meeting.
Yes, just be a regular meeting
And a
now.
special meeting
Yes.
with
It still has to be
It's a-
special because it's
a
not at our
Wednesday,
regular
so it's
time.
It's
Yes.
on a Wednesday, so it's not a special
Oh,
meeting.
good. Okay, yeah. What? I can't see your mouth over your monitor. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item B1, adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of a no-match grant application to the Texas Office of Governor Public Safety for the, to address the commercial sexual exploitation project. And this, I did check, and I know the city asked us to apply for this. The city cannot apply. It has to come from the county, and we were happy to work with our partners and do this. So I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Let's see if we can get through some of these as well without taking too long before we'll go to executive. Item C1, approve the budget amendment number 3 for the fiscal year 2024-25. And in my notes, I have that the issue with paying the appraisal district is in this. So since we all heard that, just to give you a heads up that it is included in this to pay that debt that we owe. Go ahead, Lisa.
I respectfully submit budget amendment number 3 for your consideration and approval. As the judge just indicated, this does include the reallocation of funds to cover the appraisal district increase. It also is reallocating some funds as requested by the sheriff. If no one has any other questions.
Make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm just going to abstain because of I'm just not
And we have one abstain.
on the 79,580. It's not, I don't have any issue with the other ones. It's just the one on the appraisal district. Abstaining because of that.
One abstain. Item number 2, approve budget amendment number 009. Lisa?
I respectfully submit project budget amendment 009. This includes the increase for the fiscal year ending 9/30/24 for the interest earned in the capital projects. That is reference number E, and it totals $2,352,476.10. Then it also includes the budget increase for the Road District 4 revenue for rent for the Harbor Island that we receive annually, and so that increase was $131,509.79. All other funds are being reallocated with a net zero effect.
Any questions, or I'll accept a motion to pass?
Motion.
I would just ask that,
I'll second the motion
Sorry.
for discussion. Sorry.
my bad.
Yes.
I would just
Go ahead.
ask that if y'all could provide this in a bigger font going forward. I mean, seriously. I don't have glasses at all, but this is, wow. I really had a hard time with this.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider authorizing Patillo, Brown, and Hill LLP to prepare the annual comprehensive financial report. I believe they've offered to do this in the past always, but we haven't ever utilized this, and this is, go ahead, Lisa, I'll let you explain.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Judge.
Okay.
They have offered to provide this service in the past. We have never taken them up on the offer, given that it is a small request of not to exceed $5,850. I do have that available in my budget to cover.
And let's be clear, Lisa's office is sorely shorthanded right now, so I would make the motion to pass.
A second, and so a question on that, Judge, and
Yes.
to Lisa. I want to call it the CAFR, but I know the terminology has
ACFR.
changed.
It's ACFR.
ACFR now. I like CAFR. I was used to that, but the annual comprehensive finance report. So we would get them, but it was not Patillo and Brown and Hill?
So they audited the report that we prepared. So now they're going to be preparing the report with
That's the part I did.
our book information. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Judge, can I go
Yes.
back and ask a question on number 2?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
You mentioned Road District 4. Can you reiterate what we did on Road District 4?
It's an increase for the rent that we received for Harbor Island. You're not reallocating, it's going to your unallocated funds to be allocated at a future date. Every year, there's the revenue
Right.
that's earned.
I knew what it was for, but did we need to make that vote as a road district 4? Because we have to meet on anything regarding to road district 4 as a separate road district 4 group.
The revenue was already received and approved. It's just putting it in the budget. So before you'd be able to spend the budget, it would have to be approved by the committee, Road District 4.
Okay, I'm just making sure it's a technicality, but I'm just making sure we're okay with that. All right.
Unless Jenny thinks otherwise, I'll defer to her.
I was not listening.
Oh my gosh, you're not compelled by what we say up here? I was just making sure that, I know this is just accepting funds and we haven't allocated or spent it, but Road District 4 is a separate entity that we have to meet as a Road District 4. So the question is, can we even approve a budget amendment and accept Road District 4 money when we're not as Road District 4? That's the question.
The revenue's already been deposited, which is the actual action. This is just increasing the budget so that they would be able to spend later. We've
When are they going to meet again?
We've done it every year
We
without.
don't meet until we are ready to spend.
Right.
So
We've done it every other year, but I know that precedent doesn't
we
necessarily
reconvene and
mean
we come
you've
back
done
in
it
as
right.
Road District 4 board members.
We can look at the issue, but it's going to take a little minute.
A little minute?
We
Instead
could
of a
probably
big
have
minute,
an
maybe a little
answer
minute?
by the end of the meeting.
I just would,
We'll bring it back if we have to,
Yeah, let's-
otherwise, but I think we've accepted these
I
before.
think it may be fine.
I think
I'm
it's
just-
pretty simple.
it may be fine. I don't remember ever actually accepting
I know
Road
we
District
talked
4 money, but I thought we always did it as Road District 4, but if Jenny says it's okay, and y'all are okay with it, I was just bringing it up so I can move forward. And Jenny, if you think that
If you
we
can
need to bring
check,
it
we'll
back,
bring it back if we'll
if you
open
don't,
that
we'll
back
leave it
up.
alone.
Yes.
Commissioner, these are also monies from last year for
Yeah,
20,
that's
and
right.
so this year funds have come in also.
Right. I've seen all those emails. I just want making sure we're accepting it correctly.
Item number 4, discuss and consider long-term receivable due to the general fund that is from the self-insurance fund 0103, the group health and all related matters. There's 2 options here that Lisa is saying that we need to clear these from our books, but I'll let you take over, our auditor.
Are two, I spoke with Patillo, Brown and Hill regarding this issue, and there are 2 options that we can do. Commissioners Court can take action that it is your intent that you will increase premiums, either employee, employer, both, it doesn't matter, but it's your intent to increase premiums.
To pay this debt.
To pay this debt back, and it can be spent, it can be paid out back over multiple years.
How many multiple years?
Until the debt is paid. They didn't give me a time frame. They said it has to be your intent. If expenses come in higher and you're not able to move the funds, again, you would just increase premiums until you are able to pay the debt in full.
Good luck.
Yeah, what is the point, though, you told me that if we voted to do this, that would also be binding us to increase taxes if we
No,
didn't
it
have
would
the
give you
money?
the option to increase
Oh, you told me it was
taxes.
binding
No,
us, that
it
then we
would,
wouldn't
it would
have a
give you the
vote.
option,
Okay, I
to
wanted that
increase
clarified in
taxes.
court because I wanted everybody up here to know.
The option to increase taxes.
Yes,
above
because-
and
To pay
beyond
the
what we
debt.
already increased taxes?
So whenever you vote to set the premiums for the employee and the employer, typically soon thereafter, you adopt a budget and set the tax rate. Well, set the tax rate first, then adopt the budget. So you would have the ability to set a tax rate that would be necessary to fund the health insurance premiums should
But
you
as long as
choose.
we're making payments, we're okay, whatever that payment is.
That's
With the
correct. That's
true
my
intent
understanding.
To pay the debt, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
Well,
my
different than
understanding.
what I heard earlier.
Or the second one is to waive it and it comes out of the general fund. What about the third option of
Count.
taking money that we get, like that we just got for the pilot payments for CC Palmer's that wasn't budgeted and putting some of that towards it?
That money goes to the general fund, and so you would essentially be doing the same thing, which is moving money from the general fund to
Well, no, it'd be designating, in other words, it wouldn't be digging down into our reserves anymore than we already have. It would be taking money that we just got that we haven't decided what to do with and putting it towards this and specifically allocating it towards it. Maybe the same net effect, but it's definitely a more affirmative action to, that's not the right, affirmative, action.
What about the other option that we asked question about, if the money that was being collected could be that payment that had been,
The money that was being collected from what?
that maybe needs to go into executive? Remember that one, Jenny? We asked if that money could be utilized for that.
Well, and that's what I'm,
No, you're
that's why I'm
not.
asking, well,
Yeah.
and that's kind of what I'm laying the groundwork
Yeah.
for, because I
Yeah.
don't want to talk about that money,
Yeah.
but the one thing we've already gotten, which is not part of any settlement discussions, it's just what is owed. So that's exactly, Judge, you're hitting, that's completely on point.
Before we go spending this, I was hoping we were going to utilize that, so yes.
Well, but that one's coming in,
You could also do a combination, say that we.
But that would be budget time.
right,
We
you could
can't
do a
that
hybrid.
right now.
Yes.
Well, no, you could say, because we just received, how much did we just receive on, not settlement stuff, but money that they owed us? It was like it was
think
two
we've
chunks of money,
received-
1.6 and 900,000 or
We've
something. What
received
was it?
about $1 million.
Yeah, I thought it was closer to 2.
The payment in lieu of taxes?
Yeah, pilot payments. We got 2 of them that we were owed. That's the undisputed amount that they've paid us. We still have a disputed amount that I'm not talking about because that's
That's another issue. Yes.
settlement discussions. But that money, and then do a hybrid where you took that money and committed to making the rest of it in payments.
I would have to look to see how much that was. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So
I'd
maybe
have
we need to
check.
bring this back in February 19th, our meeting.
I mean, I think if we
Or
could just
bring
get
it
the
back
number.
after executive if
Yeah,
you
or
check
just-
on those
I can
numbers.
get
Yeah.
that number for you after executive.
Okay, we will come back to this one then, yes. Item number 5, discuss the budget transfer from Fund 014 Stadium and Fairgrounds to 017 Inland Parks for reimbursement of billed ground maintenance services that exceeded the 2023-24 budget transfer. I believe they're asking for $35,000 transfer to cover part of the Inland Park shortage. And the next item, number 6, kind of pertains to this as well, so I'm not sure that we don't want to bring these both up at the same time.
Do we have Edward here, Judge, or? do we
This,
have-
this is not, and let's be clear, this shortage was utilities, and this was not something that Edward, they overspent on their budget. They get an amount for.
But we're pulling from,
Yes.
from his budget, from his fund. Is that correct? Or
No, we're adding to his fund because he's short.
Pulling from the stadium.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
yeah, I
yes,
worded that wrong.
yes.
We're adding to it.
And from the general fund to make up, it's about 80,000 that he needs, and I think there was an invoice for 25,000 for maintenance and ground repairs that we've increased to 35,000.
And what was all that? I had questions on those things because I don't understand what all this was exactly and why
Well,
we're having.
Inland Parks has been doing the grounds maintenance for the fairgrounds, and I'm going to vote to go ahead and approve this, but I'm going to be asking, I've got a copy of the contract with the OVG people. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I can't understand why we're having to have Inland Parks go take care of a facility that we hired them to take care of. Because when we made the OVG deal at the city with them, part of that contract said that they would take care of the grounds. And the city, they were responsible for mowing and trimming the hedges and all that stuff. So I'm not sure why we're taking this out of Edward's time and budget, but anyway, that's some questions I'm going to have on a go-forward basis.
Do you want to table it so you can go look at it some more? Because
This has already been
He
done.
he
This
needs
is
the
not
money back
something
in
that
there,
can
and
table.
they've done the work already.
Yes.
So,
Well, can we table it till he gets back? I mean, we have a
Is Edward
executive
here?
session that's going
Yes.
to take us a while.
Yeah, because I don't understand why we're doing this. I get it's already been done,
Right. I
but
just-
who's approving it?
He explained it to me, and so I understand it, but I think it's helpful
Yeah, I
for
don't
him to be here to explain better. I mean, we're always asking of them, like with the turtle issue, I knew we were set because we have such a great a partnership that's been created. And in the same sense, on the human side, Edward is a big part of that when he mobilizes with emergency management, and I got to see that firsthand sitting in the number one chair during that time. And so I know he does a lot of what we ask him. He does above and beyond. And so I think sometimes that has required and asked of him to do a lot more, and his staff will do it, whether they've been mobilizing during COVID or any other thing that comes up, dealing with weather-related emergencies and things like that. So I get it, but I think it would be helpful to have him here, and I would hope that.
I agree, and we'll have him come back
Yeah,
in just a second.
fine.
But I just wanted to be clear on this. Edward's budget being over this time is not Edward's.
Right.
This is
There he
something
is.
that's been allocated
All
to
right.
him by, yes.
And it's not.
On number
Not a
5.
time to beat you up, Edward.
Yes,
It's a time
no,
for you to
this is not-
explain.
yes.
So that we all in the public understands what
On
happened here.
Item 5, the transfer that we're talking about.
So, Commissioner Pusley, you're correct. Back in the day, when we first started with, at that time, it was Spectra, and they've gone through various name changes. This is when Steve was here. It was in their contract to maintain the site. So they had probably additional 10, 15 people that were on the site. So it got too expensive because, again, all it is a pass-through. They're going to tell us, okay, we're going to hire 3 people to maintain the yard out here. So then we're going to charge you for that, us maintaining the yard. So we're going to have to transfer money back to them. So the contract increases. So in this scenario, what happened was that Steve Waterman and the court at that time decided that they were going to reduce that cost by, there's no overhead to us. It's just an additional piece of property that we're taking out of the other park systems. Yeah, it's time sliced. So we don't have any other overhead. We're not looking for a profit. We're not looking for anything else. So that was what the idea was, that we come in, we cut their yard, we generally take care of the property, and we reduce the cost that we pay the company.
Because just like he says, the fairgrounds operates at a loss. We transfer money to them every year.
Trust me, I understand that fully. So does ABC Center.
Yes.
But so just what I would say on a go-forward basis, if we're going to expect Edward and his department to do this, then we need to budget this money next year in his budget so that we don't have to do this transfer again.
Well, yeah, because aren't we just basically stealing from Peter to pay Paul? We're transferring from a fund that we
Taking it out of
transfer.
one
We already
pocket.
did.
Yes,
That's
yes,
correct. Yes.
Right, so
yes.
I don't-
So it should be in Edwards.
But when we ask to cut, Edward has to cut. And there's nowhere, I won't say easier. I mean, Edward has to prioritize as any director or elected official does. So I won't say we put him in that spot, but the decisions we've made by policy
The past 2 years.
has
have been-
put him in a
yes.
bind, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
So just a reminder.
Yeah,
Budget
no.
budget time's going to be here before we know it.
Well,
and everyone's
are
going
we-
to have to decide who do I save, and then.
But if
we're
we
gonna be
cut and
here
we're just
again.
giving it back, then we didn't really get a cut.
Didn't really cut. Yes.
I agree.
Well, so then,
So that's.
Or we can leave it in the fairgrounds fund and just dedicate a line item in the fairgrounds fund for maintenance, which will be provided
But
by the
when
Public
we
Works
ask-
Department.
That's essentially what this is.
Yeah.
That's
So
what we're
it's
pulling
it's an
from that
expense from
fund.
fairgrounds
Yes.
and a revenue to Inland Park. You're just moving money from fairground to Inland Park to cover his actual costs that he incurred during the year.
That's
It's
part.
reimbursing him.
That's part of the 10% or whatever percent we asked to cut. That's still included in there. Is that?
but he's known all along he was going to do this. So how, in other words, so this is what y'all been doing for a long time. So
If you
if
cut
you're-
this
if you're
portion,
quoting
it's not an actual cut then.
Right, if you're quoting Steve Waterman, I mean, you've been doing this for 20 years, 15
Correct.
years?
No,
So like,
we've been doing it since the first 2 or 3 years after the stadium.
so then why wouldn't this have already been in your budget? I mean, this was, I don't get it. I mean, because if everybody made a cut and then we're just giving it back to you, then we didn't make a cut. I mean, now you didn't say this was a cut related, that was Commissioner Motez, but I'm responding to that, right? So, right, I get it, but I don't get why we're reimbursing out of a fund that it's just reimbursing from our own
I think,
self.
correct, but I think it was an idea was from the finance section that they're just tracking the actual expenses for that facility so they can give you what it costs to actually run that facility versus the cost coming into the parks. And if the cost is in the parks, then you don't have an accurate cost of what it costs to run the facility. Maybe that had something to do with it, but it was the reason that we came into it was a cost savings to the county, because we don't have the overhead, we don't have all that other stuff in the county. Figured they could save funding or funds from.
But in reality, wouldn't Public Works be involved in something like this? Is it really, don't they, I mean.
Well, the thing is, Public Works is tasked with the road and bridge, so anything at that time that went past the road and bridge, they would actually charge you more for it. So to give you an example, if I wanted to borrow any of Glenn's equipment.
Any what?
Any of Glenn's equipment, back in the day, going back to.
Back in the day, no, okay.
He would charge.
He would charge you. So he would charge you for the man, he'd charge you for the pick, like, say, for instance, we wanted this road done or some material hauled for us.
Sometimes he was higher than we could go rent it out in the general.
And he would tell you that. He would tell you that, Edward, I'm more expensive. Why don't you just go get a trucking company to come in and take the material?
Okay, so he's not here, and I'm not going to, but I don't know how in the world someone can say they're going to charge an internal department more than outside would. That doesn't even make sense to me, but okay.
It happened.
What's that?
It happened.
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm hoping it doesn't happen anymore. Like, I would think that if you need help from coastal parks or inland parks or public works or whatever, that y'all just pass it on for cost, not cost plus.
And
Because
that's what
this is-
he's doing.
it's
He's giving it to you at cost, the cost of his labor for his people to go do this instead of doing something else that would be their routine job.
Right, so this is a budgeting problem because this needs to, I mean, if we're trying to show what really it costs to run the fairgrounds, then this shouldn't have to be a transfer from one department to the other. We need to have maintenance people for the fairgrounds, and that needs to be budgeted to show how big a loss that's providing us.
We budgeted 25,000. The actual cost of his labor came in at 35, which is the variance. It's a $10,000 variance. We budgeted 25, but because if it would have just been.
But you budgeted, it still has to transfer. We're transferring.
Yes, we've already transferred the 25. I'm wanting Commissioners Court approval to transfer the delta, the change, the difference.
I get it, but boy, if this is why the public isn't confused on how things work, this is why. I mean, I don't. If we know this is going to be every year, it needs to be on the fairgrounds.
Yes, only 25 only again.
Why we're having to
yes.
transfer.
So we are budgeting shortages
Okay, all right,
again.
that's fine.
Well,
We gotta look at
last
this.
year, Lisa, it's something Dale brought up last year. And when I met with you, this is my deal. If we know it happened last year, we keep an eye on it, it goes through your department, of course, they should be watching it too, right, watching what's going on. But if it goes to the department and we're already over 30,000, it's gotta be a red flag and say, wait a minute, I need to take this to the Commissioner's Court for them to approve. Or, so we'll know where we at.
No, that's a good point. Before it happens.
Before it happens,
That's
or
what
before it happens
our
more.
person is going to be looking at as well.
Yeah.
the-
So-
the new-
But we
yes.
should be looking at it now, I don't understand why, you ought to say, wait a minute, got a
We-
red flag here,
We received all the invoices from October 1 through September 30th of 2024, in January, when they were submitted after we requested them.
But I
So-
think one of the things here, Lisa.
We didn't have anything to know that it was going to be an
Well,
overage.
When are they supposed to be submitted?
Normally, it's,
Behind.
you could do it monthly. I mean, there wouldn't be anything against it, but I believe normally he's done it at
Once
the
a
end of
year,
the
at
year.
the end of the year, this is the standard practice.
Mr. Pimentel does his on a monthly
And the-
basis or quarterly basis.
And the problem too is, we're always behind 3 months.
Yeah.
That's the big problem, because by the time we know it, we're actually right into the second quarter, now we're behind 5 months.
Yeah.
So, there's gotta be something that red flags that and say, oh, wait, you gotta stop, and let us decide, where do we get the money at that time, or how we pay it.
The thing with that, Commissioner, in case of cutting the fairgrounds, it's all dependent. So when the President Trump came out there, we spent about a week out there getting everything perfect for that event. And I'm just not being political, I'm just mentioning that event. What I'm
That's
saying is
one that you spent
there's
extra time on.
periodic events that come through where the county has to shine and we have to go out there and we have to
shining
clean.
now.
We got to really make it look really, really good. That way, because if we're going on national television, sometimes when we run the EMC, the emergency management out of there, and we've got your national news coverage coming out to the site to look at the different aspects of our operations. We try to plan for that, Commissioner, to your deal, and maybe that we do as Lisa's saying, now we do quarterly instead of waiting until the end of the year.
Or monthly, like
monthly.
Public Works. I think monthly is a great idea,
Then
and you
we
know
will-
where you are every month going forward.
We'll start invoicing monthly. So.
Yeah.
But I thought some of this money also, Lisa, when you talked to you, it was not just for maintenance, it was also for electric utilities?
I made it two separate agenda items so that it could be, so, because I get that the second agenda item is impacted by the first.
Yes.
But so for clarity purposes, I made it two separate agenda items. So the deficit in the department is a separate item from the extra transfer. But yes, it is related to utilities.
So how much is it utilities?
The
Because if it's utilities, again, we pay the city charges, we pay them, somebody's paying the city, although they went up on the price, I guess, but.
That's on the second one.
we
So
never
do
heard
we
of
want
that,
to
that they
close
went up
out
on the
number
price.
5 and move on to number 6?
Yep, I still have a question, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
So my question still goes back to where is the proper place to budget this expenditure?
To the fairgrounds. That's the whole point that we're missing, in my opinion. Huh? No, I'm saying because that's the whole point. You've got not profit centers, it's loss centers. You've got centers, right? You have X amount of dollars, and it all gets allocated down. So he's not responsible for the fairgrounds. He's responsible for the parks. The fairgrounds is run by a group. So this line item is an accounting procedure that he's saying, look, I'm doing stuff that inland parks shouldn't have to do, so I need to get reimbursed for that, or I'm going to be over budget. I understand now where we're going with this completely. It has nothing to do with, because if we went out and contracted this out, it'd probably be $40 or $50 or $60,000 that we'd be out of pocket if he's just charging us cost. Okay, what we're doing wrong, in my opinion, is we should be allocating this, we should be budgeting this all to the fairgrounds. So whatever the fairgrounds cost, the fairgrounds cost. But so I get what we're doing. This is just an accounting, moving money around, but it's not the right way to do things. If we've been doing this, if it's every once in a while, okay, but we've been doing this for 20 years. We should have long ago put this budgeted amount into the fairgrounds.
Yes.
And
We should do
right,
that in
and
our
it just
next
means we're going to give
budget.
more to the
Yes.
fairgrounds because it's going to show
what
that
the
fairgrounds
transfer
lose
is
more
showing
money.
the expense in the fairgrounds. Yes.
Yeah, well, I understand your comment, Commissioner, but that also brings to light a number of other issues. I mean, and you just mentioned one. If you put that in there, it just continues to pile on that the fact that the fairgrounds is losing money.
Right.
And does it give them the false sense of, okay, so if we create a line item under the fairground budget that says this is for maintenance of the fairgrounds grounds, do we also add to that line item that says this will be done by Inland Parks Department? You know, for me, I want a better definition of how we're going to allocate that money in the budget so we know so we don't, and Lisa, you need to help us here a little bit about how this needs to be budgeted and how it needs to be worded. Doing this transfer, I understand this is on the books kind of movement, but it still doesn't, for me, explain to, if I'm a person outside of this county that doesn't, and I'm reading our budget book, I'm going, well, why are they spending this money and then reimbursing Inland Parks for it? Anyway, that's just my concern. And I'll do whatever. I'm okay, whatever.
So can we do it with some direction because if we know this is going to happen every year, then it needs to be budgeted under fairgrounds and not, and paid somehow else, or it's not a transfer out in the park, because Commissioner Pusley's 100% right. It looks like we're paying Edwards Group to do something that they're already doing anyway. So, but that's not what we're doing. We're just reimbursing his cost center. That's the word I was looking for. We're just reimbursing his cost center for something his cost center is not responsible for.
Budget transfers FY 23-24. I'm asking Connie to pull up the schedule of the budgeted transfers for 23-24. It states it in the budgeted transfer that this is a reimbursement to Inland Parks for ground maintenance at stadium and fairgrounds. And it says amounts may vary based on services performed.
Okay.
The only agenda I have is the one that's posted on the web, and there are no attachments.
Yeah, there are. I'm looking at it. I'm right there. Schedule of budgeted transfers, FY 23-24, 3C5.
Oh, the public agenda doesn't pull up the
Public agenda
attachments.
does
so-
not have that.
Yes, this is the public agenda.
Is it?
It's the public agenda. You got to click on
When I
it.
pull it up, it
Privacy,
doesn't.
there's no attachment.
Is that under the
You gotta
schedule?
Click on it.
Can you not click on that?
Click on it.
There you go.
There, then you have it, yes.
Oh, my
This one?
God.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Thank you.
You're going to have to make it a little bit bigger.
Okay, and you've got it highlighted in yellow.
I put it highlighted in yellow, transfer from stadium
sorry, I
and
didn't see
fairground
that.
to inland parks for reimbursement for grounds maintenance.
Okay.
And it's been budgeted since he's been doing it. It's just this time it came in over.
Okay.
So it's already a budgeted expense in stadium and fairgrounds and a budgeted revenue to reimburse him for his personnel that's going out there and doing the work. And
It's one cost center to another, I get it.
it's one cost center to another, so
But it's
you're
very
recognizing
confusing
the
to the public.
expense, the actual expense where it
That's a
incurred.
different question. And so what was the over budget part of it? That's the second question of the whole thing. I get the cost center thing,
10,000.
but why did it go over budget?
Because we did additional work, like I was telling Commissioner, there's certain things that we do out there, and this case, like during the freeze, we had units that, all the water, backflow preventers froze, and so we had to get companies to come in and do that work. And we kind of, not just manage the grounds, we work with the staff there to fix and help determine what needs to be fixed.
So, and this is Commissioner Gonzalez's point, I believe. We can't do, why, and it's $10,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money, but if someone does it for 10,000 or 100,000 or 5 million or whatever, it should come to the court before it gets done if you're going over budget. Like, especially a department head, we have not as much control. We're very fortunate to have great elected officials because they watch our budget closely, but we don't have as much control over that as we do our appointed department heads. So anything that comes in over budget should come to us before, not after. So I would just certainly.
No, and to your point, Commissioner, that's why, as the judge says, we'll start charging monthly once we hit that, or get close to that 25K. And if it's like close to the end of the year, then we'll continue on. But if it's in the middle of the year and we've had all these events that we had to help take care of, then we'll come to the court and say, hey, we're about to go over budget. What can we do?
But, and I think the other one too we need to look at is the utilities, because just because the city is charging us more one month, we're paying it.
That's the next
That's the
agenda
next
item.
item. Let's
I'm sorry.
stick on
Oh,
this.
I'm
Yeah, we
sorry.
haven't
I'm
brought
sorry.
that one up
I'm
yet.
sorry,
You're
discussion.
absolutely right, but yes, that's the next item. Yes.
I'll make the motion, we approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this transfer to inland parks. All those in favor say aye.
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 The amount is $10,355.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Now, moving on to your item, the rest of this is what I stated earlier. Item number 6, discuss and approve the transfer from the general fund to inland parks for the shortage. This shortage, and Teresa has verified, is utilities. It is not something that Edward has any control over, high or low, so this is not his. We divide this up at the end of the year. We just estimated short. So I would make the motion to pass.
Second.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Now, my question,
Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't get your question. Yes.
question is, how do we stop this too? I mean, so the city's gonna keep on charging, and they feel like one month is gonna be a lot more. Why is it a lot more? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I think some of this year too was the cuts, like we were talking about, asking everybody to cut percentages on their thing, whatever he had last year. We had hoped that they could cut cost and turn lights off. It was some at the direction of me with the auditor plus the fact that the auditor has historically in the past budgeted low on utilities and insurance and things like that. We've had many other departments come to us with this complaint.
But if it's $50,000 for the year, is it $50,000 for a quarter, or what is it?
This is to make up for the rest of the year. This is closing out last year, yes. In total for the year.
So part of that, Commissioner, is in this scenario, what happened was the city decided to charge us for not groundwater. For each backflow preventer, we pay a certain amount for water, wastewater?
Stormwater, yes.
So that what they were doing was charging us $4,000 a month because of our impact to the stormwater, which we were not anticipating that was a portion of that cost.
Now, the city changed its formula. They now base it on the amount of impervious surface that you have. So the more impervious surface that you have, the more the city's going to charge you.
So we ended up getting hit with that.
How much was that? How much did that increase?
That was about $4,000 a month. So then we managed to get hold of them. We got somebody out from the city, and we managed to get that down to $1,700 a month.
Yeah.
So.
Because, and that's important to remember, because what the city did was they estimated everybody.
Everybody's. Mm-hmm.
And the only way you get a reduction is if you call and say, well, wait a minute, and then they'll send somebody out and they'll actually survey your impervious surface so they get the right calculation. But to start with, they just estimated everybody.
I urge you all to look at your bills as well, because I moved into the city limits and I received it, and I am on a septic system, and they took mine off immediately.
Yes.
Yes.
You have to complain, and they will.
Yes.
Oh.
We did have a motion.
I can take up the rest of the day explaining why the city did that, and I won't. But.
We're good. We already voted on this, Commissioner. Are you good with that information? Yes, thank you. Item number 7, discuss and approve the transfer from the general fund to the grants fund in the amount of $116,335,000 for the jail annex generators grant. We did just get confirmation and receive. Go ahead.
We no longer need this item, but I would like to invite Ms. Ana Velasquez to speak with some wonderful news for Commissioners Court.
Yes. I was going to just announce it because we're trying to move things along.
Good, but could have been better.
It could have been better, but we did receive
We'll take whatever.
$365,368.73 on January 29th.
So we received the payment back.
So
We received not only the $116,000 back from FEMA, but we
over.
received more than what we paid in. We received $365,000, which is, and the payment is in our account. I've verified that it's been deposited. So we have.
Before we brought it
So
in.
what's that for? They don't just give you extra money. What do they get? I mean, like.
Anna, now you
Miss
can go up.
Anna found
Yes.
it. Miss Anna,
Well, yeah, I mean,
I
let's-
have to give the credit where credit's due.
Well, yeah, I mean, let me tell. I'm happy to do that because I beat on FEMA all the time. I'm happy to say thanks if they actually did something good for us.
I'm going to say Anna, but.
Well, no, but I mean, I know Anna did, but.
Well, doing research for this, we found out that, and it happened in that same day, I noticed that there was a payment due to Nueces County in the TDM portal. So after research, our letter that requested a scope and budget modification included a line, and Jenny saw that, to where if there were additional funds later on, that we could recoup from it. Based on what we submitted, allowable expenses, they were under the original awarded amount, FEMA portion, so TDM requested it from FEMA that we could get back up to the 75%, 25% total. So that's what we had already paid back, the 116, so it was $232 more, 1,000 more. So that brought it up to the 365. So they brought us up to all our approved expenses were to be 75% federal share and 25% local share.
Cool.
Congratulations. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Good job.
Yes.
Thank you.
We have
Thank you very
interviews
much.
going to start shortly, so I'm going to
Great.
stop right there and have
We
to
need to
come
make a
back.
motion to approve that, right?
Yeah, well, no, just to
We
table
just
it indefinitely.
received
Oh, you're
it.
tabling?
We just
Table,
received
yeah.
it.
Motion to table it indefinitely, Judge.
Yes,
Second.
a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 We're going to go into executive because we have some interviews set up. we'll come back to the rest of the agenda. Executive session, what else did we bring in here? Sorry. 3A8?
Yes.
Yes. Executive session, public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and for those in executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Today, item 3A, we are going to be conducting interviews of applicants for our Commissioners Court Budget Officer Liaison position. Item B, we're going to consult with the I guess that would be 551.071 in case we come back and make an offer to somebody, sorry. Item B.
The employment thing?
Yeah, the employment, no.
074.
074. 551.074. Item B, consult with the county attorney regarding the legal issues related to FEMA claims in the 01040 disaster recovery and related issues. That would be Government Code 551.071. And then item 3.8, we are had some questions or some stuff the commissioners the county attorney was going to tell us on. Discuss and consider adopting the Commissioners Court policy as proposed in all related matters. And that would be 551.071. Yes. So it is 12:25, and we are going to executive session now. It is 3:15. We are back from executive session. I guess we'll address the executive session item first. 3A on the interviews, Commissioner Chesney, I believe.
Judge, thank you. I would make a motion that the court hire as the Commissioner Court Budget Officer Liaison Constance Sanchez.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 I'm going to abstain on this one, Judge.
You're going to abstain?
Yeah.
Yes. 4 ayes, 1 abstain.
I can't make my mind up.
Welcome aboard.
Yes, thank you, Constance, for being here too. Looking forward to it. Item 3A8, going back in our budget, we missed, in our regular agenda, 3A8. Discuss and consider adopting the Commissioners Court policy. I believe we have an amendment, maybe. Commissioner Pusley.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I would like to offer a substitute on wording for, let's see, hold on, let me get my agenda item open here. So under Part 4, I is in indigo, and this will be a replacement for item D, is that correct?
Yes, it is item D.
Yeah, item D.
Yes.
Yes, this will be the replacement language for item D. And it will state, and Kara, I'll send this to you later.
That
if
would
you
be
need.
great. Thank
Yep,
you.
I will.
That'd be so helpful. I appreciate it.
It will state,
We're here for you.
Local Government Code 130.908 states that expenditures above an amount set by the court by an incumbent county commissioner who is not reelected or renominated after the official canvass of the primary or general election returns are announced must be approved by the Commissioners Court. The court hereby sets that amount, the amount at $1,000 and elects that approval of expenditures over that amount must be approved by a supermajority of the court. And let's see, and that's it.
A second, the amendment.
I'm up in the air on the supermajority. I'm a great
We
with
can
1,000.
change it to just regular
Just for-
majority.
I would like to maybe suggest just.
Would you like?
We can always tweak it later if we wanted to. I just don't know if it's even enforceable. So I don't know that we're passing something that even.
We pass policies all the time.
Say again?
Supermajority, I might vote for it. Other than that, I'm not going to vote for it.
Supermajority had to be 4-1. That means only. That's what supermajority means.
Instead of 3-2, it would be 4-1.
In other words, 4 people would have to vote to pass something other than 3.
Right.
You want it to be 4?
So I would. I'm not going to. I really don't like that. I really don't. Not happy with that anyway. But.
Would you prefer it to be 4-1?
Well,
A supermajority rather than just a simple majority.
Right. I was kind of didn't think you.
Whatever. I'm going to probably just vote against it anyway. But y'all can do whatever you want.
I'm okay with changing it to a simple majority if that's what the will of the court is, but I'm.
Well, our county attorney advises that the statute only pertains to a vote, not a supermajority, and that part may not be enforceable.
So let's do just a vote then.
Just a simple
Just a
majority
simple
vote.
majority.
Okay, so that
Change
wording will change to that amount must be approved by a majority of the court.
And I think that's fair. I mean, I do. And I mean, the fact that we're lowering the threshold, because right now, what is it? Commissioners don't have to bring, it's a pretty high number that we don't have to bring back to court. I mean, we're lowering this number down pretty darn low.
Mhm.
So
We have a motion, and I believe I seconded that. I will second with that change. Any other discussion?
Now, do we need to
This is
offer
just
this
the
as an amendment?
This is just the amendment.
Okay, this will be, I'm offering this as an amendment.
All those in favor of this amendment, say aye.
Of how he read it with the supermajority?
Yes. No,
No.
he changed it with the
I
simple.
changed it to a simple majority,
Okay, thank you.
or
Sorry.
to just a majority.
Yes. All those in favor of the amendment with, as worded, with just a majority vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
4 ayes, 1 nay. Now going back to the policy.
And Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the policy as amended.
I'll second that motion as well. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
4-1 again. Moving on to back to item 4. Discuss and consider the long-term receivable due to the general fund that is due from the self-insurance fund. And I believe that Teresa placed some information for you. Commissioner Chesney, I believe you requested that information.
On the C.C. Palmer?
Yes. The money we have received.
Right. So the money we've received thus far, and have these checks been cashed?
No, they have not been delivered to my office.
You need to use your mic.
The first 2 have. We sent them.
Just these two. The what? The CC Polymers. No, I know, that's what I'm saying.
no.
They haven't, we don't have them.
You don't take them to them?
Yeah, so they went over to the tax office because there was some.
We do not have, I'm sorry, we do not have 2 of the checks.
Yeah, she's
She's
explaining.
correct.
In my office.
Just a sec, she's
yeah.
explaining.
She's
Yes.
agreeing with you.
So we took them over to the tax office because Krista and I were trying to confirm with what was in the assessed amount. We reached out to Ms. Dorsey to confirm that it was in fact a payment in lieu of taxes, as opposed to, and we also spoke with Peyton, trying to confirm that it was a payment in lieu of taxes and not a payment on property taxes
Yes.
owed. And so we have that confirmation, and they should be, I believe Krista's bringing them back to our office to go down to Kara today.
Who was Krista?
Krista at tax office? She's
Okay.
She's the property tax
So you
manager.
didn't keep them when our
No.
office gave them
No,
to you?
they
Yeah, 'cause
have them in
came
their
to me
vault.
first,
That's
okay.
correct.
Who has them?
She said,
Krista Champagne from
Oh,
property
okay.
tax.
Okay, yeah, so we weren't aware of them until y'all brought it up. Just because they never came to our office. So,
They typically come to us for coding, and
Okay.
again, it was.
well, so we
Okay,
know
so can we
that
get them
it's-
checked?
it's
Can we get them
there,
cashed?
but they're
Yes.
not. Yes.
So we're losing interest, right?
Yes,
So let's get it in the bank. And my motion on this was going to be, for discussion's sake, and y'all can tweak it, is that we take these funds and allocate them towards the, I'm sorry? No, towards the $3.7 million
due to the
that
health
we
insurance.
owe the general fund.
The
And then come up
loan.
with a hybrid for the rest of the money to be paid out over a period of time in whatever intent needs to be articulated. Lisa, I don't know what exactly we need to say, if there's wording for that or however you.
It's just the will of the court to increase premiums.
We've already articulated that in the past, that we have to do that. But I mean, what do we need? You said there had to be some language about agreeing to pay it or
Yes.
agreeing to make payments or something.
So it's the will of the court to increase health insurance premiums.
To make up for the debt owed to the general fund.
Yes, that's correct.
But it's the general fund, the health insurance.
And that doesn't have to be specific, and if we come up with more money later, we can always add to the coffers later because we know there's more funds coming from other places potentially. So for today's purposes, that would be my motion, would be to allocate this money towards the monies owed to the general fund for the loan to the health insurance plan, and to articulate the intent, as we've already done as a court, to continue to raise the premiums to pay for this, and to also look, before we do that, to find other funds to pay this off.
Such as this, something. I'll second that motion. Yes.
Are you including all 3 payments or just the C? Okay. So there.
1.6412219 is what you gave me was the
That's
total.
correct.
I'm sorry.
$1,640,122.19, and that's 3 payments of $645, $936.89, $947, $121.26, and $47.06404.
I'm missing, okay, I don't have, okay, they have not paid the 47.
The 47 is already in the bank. It's the CC Polymers that hasn't posted yet.
Okay.
But please get that money in the bank ASAP.
Yes.
And
It will pick up tomorrow.
Okay.
ASAP would be
We'll deposit
by?
tomorrow morning.
ASAP would be tomorrow? That's good.
So we have a motion and a second.
Pronto.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Pusley, you want to see voting aye too? Yes. So then going down to where we left off before we broke, we still have item number 8. Discuss and approve transfer from the general fund to the grants fund in the amount of $97,000 for a refund for ERAP grant related to payments to Haggerty and all related matters. The general fund, because when we did a settlement for all of those payments, we cannot pay a settlement with ARPA grant funds, is why we're having to transfer this from a different account, so.
Wait. But we, no.
Right?
No, I don't think that that's correct. This is the ERAP funds. It's discussed in the background. This item is a follow-up to agenda item that was previously discussed. The ERAP statute permits grantees to use up to 15% of the total ERA 2 funds paid to the grantee for certain administrative costs. In accordance with the statute requirements, the 15% limit is based on the total amount of ERA 2 funds paid to each grantee as of the relevant date, and not the total amount allocated to the grantee. Because the ERA 2 allocation guidelines, Section 5, due to voluntary reallocation, the total payment amount received as of today for Nueces County was $540,772. If you apply the 15% threshold, this amount is a total of $81,115.80 that could be spent on administrative expenses. Nueces County spent a total of $150,017.42 paid to Haggerty for ERAP management. And therefore, the variance of $97,000 will need to be refunded to the grantor.
I thought we had more than $540,000 and 772. I thought we spent more than 540, because it was like, I thought the ERAP was more than that. And how then did we do this if we knew this was the rule?
Yeah.
So Nueces County received $341,491, and then an additional
I know what you're saying, but I thought we were granted
received
more.
$540,000, but we didn't spend it all.
Okay.
Did we send it back?
Okay.
No. But here's the thing. That's what I'm saying. I knew we didn't just get 540,000. The allocation was 853,000.
Yes.
So,
Right. That's
okay.
just- and
So
this
that's
was
what I was
ERAP too.
asking.
Yes.
I knew. Okay. So if we had spent the 853,000, the 150 would have been. I'm not doing my math real fast here, but I'm saying, is that why we spent 150? Because we thought we could, because of the 850?
Yes, I think the contract that was made with Haggerty was based on the ERAP 1 and ERAP 2 allocations, and we overspent.
Well, where'd the rest of the 853 go?
So the 853 was originally allocated to Nueces County. So we only received 341 initial deposit upfront. And then at a certain quarter, you had to have expended so much and reported so much, and we did not meet that threshold. So Treasury reduced it by $113,675. So that left the remaining of $398 available in Treasury. So then we were able to get a first tranche, which meant you can get half of that remaining balance. So we received another $199,288 on November 2022. And then it was reduced again by Treasury by $39,644.84, which remained $159,635. That is for Nueces County. So we received at 540. If we had originally 853, the 15% would have been 81,000. We only had expended to the rental and utilities for clients' assistance was $353,059.13. So 15% of that is $52,000 only.
I understand your math. I'm saying, why'd we screw this up?
Yeah.
The contract,
What do you mean the contract? I don't
when it was
understand.
made, I guess initially the contract that was made, remember we had all these for Haggerty, for different projects, and the invoices kept coming in and they get paid.
They didn't get paid?
They
No.
did get paid, but it wasn't realized on when the amounts were reduced by Treasury.
Let me just say one thing here. You know, Commissioner, I don't know if you remember or not, but we had a lot of discussions on this, on Haggerty and ERAP, and then everything was given to Haggerty from ERAP, and the city didn't want it. We took it over, and we argued back and forth that our deal was not to pay Haggerty because they were doing things that we weren't supposed to be doing. They were authorized by somebody else, which was a judge. You know, not this judge, but the other judge. And let me clarify that, okay? So, but anyway, and this is why we were in a hole, because we keep paying them, and even though we paid for several things that they did something that we didn't even talk about, approve anything, and they still did it. And we still pay them because we were told we had to pay them.
They
So
were
in our-
managing the ERAP. They were.
So in our settlement agreement with Haggerty that we paid, is there not language that if someone defrauded you and you didn't know about it, that you can go back on a settlement agreement? Because usually with settlement agreement, I get it settles claims as long as everything is known, but it doesn't say, there's usually, if there's some fraudulent billing, which is what this was, period, end of discussion, because they are the experts, they know what they're supposed to be doing. So I guess I should be looking at Jenny and saying, before I'm willing to pay this, I want a legal opinion on this too, because I'm just, you know, this is ridiculous that it just got paid. Now, the other side of it is, how did it just get paid? Okay, so I don't know where to look there, whether that's grants or the auditor or our department, I don't know, because somebody's got to explain that. So it's two different tracks for me, is how did we just overpay because the bills just came in? Okay, that's on us too, but we're not the ones who are checking off and saying, here you go, Commissioner's Court, they're right. So I'll take my responsibility for it if I voted for it, but this is not acceptable. So I need to know, I need to figure out how these just came in and we just paid them. And I need to find out if they were fraudulently billing us, if we negotiated our way away from that claim too before I'm going to vote for this.
At one point, I think Ms. Dorsey said we had to pay them because they had provided the services, and so we need to pay them. So I kept asking for invoices, and nobody would provide invoices. So I don't know, Jenny, remember we talked about?
This was a big contentious item at the time, yes, sir.
I don't know what happened after that.
Well,
We paid them, I guess.
then, like I said, maybe everybody's at fault. I don't really know, but we got it. This is taxpayer money that we're having to come up with. So I'm not willing to vote on it. I'd like to table it until someone can come back with a legal analysis as to what our remedies are in regards to that settlement that we paid, because I would still argue that if there was some fraudulent billing, I can't believe we would, anyway.
And that motion, I remember, Commissioner, just to clear the air, I voted no, because I knew we're in I was probably keeping a track with Anna and what was going on with
Fair.
Haggerty. I didn't like the idea, and I never have, I've told
were
you when you
very
came on
vocal.
board, I didn't like Haggerty, I didn't like what they were doing. So, but I don't know how we got out of hand, so.
So is this something that grants is supposed to be following,
This
or?
This isn't going to Haggerty. This is going back to the grantor.
I know.
We were given direction that this is the action we needed to take. So whoever's that responsibility is, I mean, we held our nose and voted for it. I mean, I know you can
Nobody
vote
was
against
happy
it and
about
say,
it at
I
all.
didn't have anything to do with it, but reality is, if that's what you're told, as bad as it stinks, you still got to accept it. We did what we had to do. It's not like we came up with this thought on our own.
Yeah, the court
So this is
came
what
up.
we were directed to do. Because if that's the case, then none of us would have voted for it. None of us would vote for for tax rate increases if that's the point. But, you know, that's why we're elected, is to make these tough decisions. And so we're not giving accurate information. Yeah, in hindsight, we probably shouldn't have, but that, at the time, what we were given, that's why I voted for it.
Right.
It's not like because I liked it. I mean, if that's the case, then no one would vote for the tough things that come across the dais for us. So I get the point, but that's what we were told. So that's what we had to take, was that step.
I have a question.
Okay.
Please, Teresa,
Jump right
you
in
have
there.
the floor.
The 97,000, haven't we already paid it out?
Yes.
And now we're just covering the fund? Because it's been paid, right?
It's a loss to us.
No, we have to pay it back to the.
No, to us.
No, we've paid
We
it,
already
right?
paid it. This is, we're
It
paying
has
ourselves
been
back.
paid.
We paid it through ERAP, a department, cost center.
So it's been
So
paid to
it's
the
been
grantor.
paid, but we cannot claim it through the ERAP from Treasury. So it has to be covered, that expense has to be reclassed from the ERAP grant to general fund.
But what I'm saying is,
So we're paying for it twice.
the grantor has been paid. They've already been funded the amount, so we're fixing our books
We're fixing our
for that
books.
offset.
Put it back where it belongs.
Well, how did
No,
we?
no, it's not a budget transfer.
When did-
No, it's
What is
an
a budget
actual
transfer?
transfer.
To fix that.
So we had to pay back the grantor. We had to pay back the grantor,
Who paid that back?
Nueces County.
Huh?
We have not, it's
Did we
pending to
approve
pay
it?
it back.
Did we approve it?
Yes, sir. We stopped the ERAP processing, and in one of the
That's why I
courts, it
brought
was
it
decided
forward.
that when the opportunity is given from Treasury, that we can send back any unused funds, and we have submitted that request. We just haven't sent back the money, and that would have been the one, 52,000.
I wanted Commissioners Court approval before we sent it back so that we were aware, so that
And that was on a
the
general.
body that is governing,
I'm not saying you're wrong. We make thousands of votes. I don't
Approved
remember
it.
ever one of them without looking back. So was it on a general, was it on the general agenda? Or was it on special
it
motions?
hasn't
Which
come
one?
before Commissioners Court yet.
Which one?
Well, wait,
Which one?
you just said we paid it, and you're just saying that didn't come to Commissioners Court, so I'm confused.
It
So which is
hasn't
it?
been paid yet.
Well, you
It
just
ha-
said we paid it.
The funds have not been returned to Treasury because, remember, they paid us this money. They gave us upfront money.
Right, so you, okay, a minute ago you said it had been paid. That's what I'm asking,
The
so.
the invoices
That
were
was
paid.
why we're
The
paying
Haggerty
twice.
has been paid. That's what we're saying.
Right, but has it been sent back to the grantor or who the,
Treasury has not received back all these funds,
okay,
no.
so treasurer,
Feel
so
like
it's
I'm
still
in
in our
that Abbott
coffers.
and Costello routine of who's on first.
Our treasury, it's not county,
No,
it's the
it's
federal government. It's-
U.S. Treasury.
It's through
U.S. Treasury.
FEMA. When y'all were going to pay back, it's just the money they gave us up front for ERAP, we didn't spend it all. So we're saying, hey, we need to give it back to you because we didn't spend it, so here you go. Well, what they thought was the amount that we needed to pay back, Treasury came back and said, oh, no, it's actually more. And then that's when it dawned, oh, we overpaid, not me, they overpaid Haggerty.
Right, we
Because
did all
they
that.
upfront
Yeah.
paid Haggerty thinking they were going to just spend it all.
Yeah,
and
no,
they
we did all
didn't.
that.
So
I was
it's like-
just asking,
so-
has it been paid?
No, it has
Because-
not. You mean reimbursement? No,
Right,
it has not
'cause
been sent back.
This is
Because-
just transferring from the general fund to the grant fund.
Because
That's
all
what
the
this
money
is
that
for.
they want back, it's not there, because that money went to Haggerty.
No,
So
I
it's
understand.
double
Yeah.
payment.
No, I
No, it is a
Actually,
double
we
payment.
paid,
It is
that's
a,
what I
you're right, it
said.
is a double
Yeah.
payment, because you've already given the money to Haggerty, but now you need to cover what you gave to Haggerty.
That's it.
That's what it is.
Thank you.
No,
And it shouldn't have been paid to Haggerty, and you know what? You should call it back from Haggerty.
that's what I said. So that's what, no, I mean, like, that's why I'm saying I need to know what the legal remedies are, because
If we can
we're
get
having,
that,
if we're
because-
having to pay something that we paid Haggerty, that's what I want to find out is, do we have legal remedies to go back after Haggerty? Because if they.
They manage the program.
If they fraudulently billed us, I would argue that we do. But I don't know. I have to see the settlement agreement or whatever we signed off on.
So does this, are they requesting this right away? Is this just cleaning up your books, Lisa, or can we bring this back and get some more clarification on what our ramifications are, how, if we can charge Haggerty or what we can do?
Have they given us a due date?
They have not. I'm scheduled for another meeting next Friday. Well, that was one of my questions. How can we return these funds?
Well, and like, I get that the URAP program, like Commissioner Gonzalez talked about it, it got all messed up because it was supposed to be the city and then we took it. And so why wouldn't we go back and say, we want all of that 853,000? I mean, okay, I get it, times come and go, but why wouldn't we go back to them and appeal back and say, give us some of that money that you took away from us? They took away what we were allocated, right?
No, we never spend it.
Because nobody was running it.
No.
Sure there was. No
Applying
one,
for it. Well, no, the fraudulent people were doing it. For
no,
sure.
but the point is, there are people that legitimately need this money.
But we never spend it.
Why would we?
Because of COVID.
Okay, but there were people, we were allocated this money and it went back to the federal government, or they stopped allocating it. Why wouldn't we go back and want that money?
We couldn't get anybody to apply for it.
Okay, I mean, because it was not
In other words, we never spend it. We never spend the whole amount.
Your Honor, should we table this and bring it back when we have more explanation to make it clear what we need to do exactly? I mean, we can sit here and talk about this till, the sun comes up tomorrow, and I don't see a resolution, so.
I gotta go.
I'd like to make a motion, we table this and
I
have.
will accept your motion,
Second.
Commissioner. We have a motion and a second to bring this back with more clarification and information, possibly also from our county attorney on ramifications that we can to address the Haggerty overpayment, and also from Anna letting us know the deadline on when this has to be paid. And understand, and for clarification for anyone watching, our grants department did not manage this in the beginning. It was another hired outside source that did this. So in all fairness to Anna and her team, this was not one that they did. Thank you very much, Anna. Just moving on, we're going to bring it back to the next court. We have a motion and a second to bring it back to the next court. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to item number 9, and I believe that should be it for us. Discuss and approve funding source for unreimbursed FEMA claimed expenses and all related matters. Lisa, this is yours with some other costs that you are saying that we need to clear up our books.
All right, so we had Hurricane Hannah that, as everyone knows, made landfall 30 miles south of Corpus Christi as a Category 1. It was not approved by FEMA for reimbursement, and therefore all of the expenses of $749,555 that were coded to
And this is
FEMA
because we didn't
reimbursement.
meet the threshold for the
Because the
damages.
state didn't meet
Yes,
the threshold.
yes.
That's correct, because they wouldn't approve Bob
Yes.
Pier.
Wait, where are we? I'm sorry.
Where are you?
Item number 9, it's on the auditors, their questions on.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You're going to have to say that again because I was trying to find where you were going.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. That's okay. I'm just catching up. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, okay.
Oh, number 9.
So the federal government didn't approve Hurricane Hannah as meeting the threshold for FEMA federal reimbursement. As Bob Hall Pier was disallowed, there was an appeal made on that claim. I was advised earlier this year that that appeal was denied.
By who?
I
No. Who denied the appeal?
I just spoke with emergency management, with Kathy in emergency management, and
Okay.
asked the status of the claim.
And how much is this claim for?
It was for $749,555.
And so we went to FEMA asking for reimbursement, and they denied us?
They denied us, and
And
then
then
they
we
filed an
appealed.
appeal. I don't know who the appeal was filed to. I don't know the specifics of the.
Who filed the appeal?
Nueces County filed the appeal. I remember it was one of the last things that Judge Canales did before leaving office.
Maria and Grant was the one that filed the appeal at that
Okay.
time.
And so they filed the appeal. Okay, so if you don't know county auditor submitted the item. You had to know we're going to ask who the appeals are, because you know that's what I'm asking on every single thing that comes up. So before I discuss and want to discuss and approve a funding source, I want to know what the procedures are again. And I mean, I've mentioned this to you, Lisa. This is no surprise. I've told you this is what I'm looking for on every one of these. So if you're coming in here telling me you don't even know who we appealed to, how do you think anybody's going to make a $750,000 decision? Like, if you don't know that, then someone's got to get in here and tell us who appealed it, because, and then it goes back to Jenny, which you should have already done, because I've asked for this repeatedly. It should have been done to where it goes to Jenny, and Jenny says, okay, and I'm sure Jenny doesn't have an opinion on this because you probably didn't ask her, or maybe she does, but what's the next course of action? Because if FEMA appeals to FEMA, that's crap. You got to have somebody you can appeal to above FEMA or around FEMA or something, because otherwise, why appeal if all you're going to do is appeal to FEMA? Now, the hospital district, if I remember correctly, successfully appealed to FEMA on some things, and we pushed back on that because in comes the hospital district on that one. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jenny. The prior judge wanted to just pay that $500,000 because she asked for this study. We all pushed back and said, nope, hospital district, go find somebody and you go appeal it. They appealed it once, didn't get it.
Twice.
They appealed it twice, hired a lawyer, got their $500,000 back. So unless we've done all that, I've motioned to table this too, and bring back an explanation as to where we stand on this legally. And do it on every one of them so I don't have to keep asking when we're here on an agenda item. Please.
Second.
The only thing I would add in discussion in this is I believe that this says the unreimbursed FEMA expenses, and unreimbursed is because when you have an emergency like that, then the governor declares an emergency, and then all of these numbers have to come in from all the different counties and cities and everything. And if the state does not meet the threshold, a certain amount of damages, 60 million, I'm not sure what that number, I just pulled that number off the top of my head. That's not it. I'm sure Dee could probably tell you. I've texted her, asked her to come in. If we don't have that much damage in the state of Texas, then we don't get any of this. So, and we do have to spend funds when you have a storm or storm surge. I don't know where we got 749,000. I wasn't here. This is way before me. I'm just giving you an idea of why possibly it says the unreimbursed expenses. If we're saying the state didn't make this threshold, there are no people to turn it in, and they might have sent a letter asking for FEMA to do that, but if the state doesn't.
But there was argument on that too, Judge. There was argument on that too, whether or not we did meet the threshold. We disagreed with the assessment on that too.
Yes.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is where are we in all that process, because we appealed. There was going to be other appeals. We just.
But we
Here
don't
we
have
are.
an answer here, so
Right.
we did have a motion
But
to bring it
you're
down.
right. It has
Yes.
to be the threshold, but there was argument on the threshold. There was a discussion on whether we thought that the rest of the world besides FEMA thought we met the threshold, because you took all the damages from the port and all these other areas, and there was an argument there too. But
I think that would be the state making that argument on behalf of Texas.
And you know, the hard thing here is.
If they don't care, if we don't make it.
Do we have to remember when we get this grants, disaster grants, they always want you to spend your money first before they reimburse you. And that's the problem. You're going to either spend it or you're not going to spend it. Hopefully they pay you back. So that's the problem we in every one of those things, Commissioner, also, is that we have to spend.
Well, this isn't even on that. This is on emergency items. And when you have emergencies, we have to spend stuff. But that's also why when our department heads come to us and tell us we need this, we've got to get this out there, we've got to be understanding that expenses we spend before this declaration has been met as well could potentially just come out of the general fund budget. We know there are some costs you have to prepare, you have to clean up, you have to do things. Yes, absolutely. But there's a motion and a second to bring this back with clarification and information requested, and I do agree with that. So are we going to table this to the February 19th, Commissioner? Was that the motion?
As long as
Presley,
that
I
gives-
believe you made the motion.
Yeah, as long as
He made the motion.
Oh, he
I
made this
seconded
one, you seconded.
As
Okay,
long
there's one
as long as
second.
that gives Jenny time enough to bring us a
Or the
We could bring a
26th.
status, but that's, I mean, you're not going to have much by that time. So what I'm hearing is to roll all of the numbers that we're hearing
All of these.
today
And any
into,
others.
okay, and any others. I got it.
And any other that you're going to come ask us for reimbursement, I'm going to want to know, please, have we exhausted all appeals? What's the process? What are our legal remedies? What can we do on all of this? Because it's a lot of money, and we're not going to just roll over and pay it without knowing those things.
Very much agree. So
We have paid these funds, sir, just for clarification purposes.
They've already
Whenever
been
the
paid,
event happens,
yes.
we pay the money. And because
But we're not going to give up on trying to get it back
I
without
didn't say
trying.
that we
No.
should give up on
Okay.
trying to get it back. I'm just saying that there's this large number that's sitting there that as an expense.
I get it, but we have not exhausted all appeals on that money, and you and I talked about this during budget, in the budget room with the judge. You and I have talked about this outside of court. You and I have talked about this inside of court. On every one of these things, we have to exhaust all appeals before we just write it off and go charge it up against the reserves. We've had this discussion, and you're not bringing me what I need to make a decision on. I'm not going to just vote to say, I'm done with this and kiss off $750,000. I get that we've spent it, but I'm not done appealing it if we can keep appealing it.
we have a motion and a second to bring this back with either an update or action or item, whatever, with information as soon as you get it. And I would assume that you will be getting messages to make sure that we get it as soon as possible. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
I know we've tabled it, but just can I make a general request that we also bring back itemized lists of what all these expenditures are for with the analysis that we bring, please?
Just for your information, yes, we'll work on that. I think that is everything on the agenda. Does anyone have something that I missed on there? I know we jumped around a few times. I have everything marked off mine.
If I may.
Yes.
On the new policy that we just passed, we need to get that posted on the website as soon as possible.
I agree wholeheartedly, yes.
So that people who are planning to address the Commissioners Court or whatever have the information they need. And it may be also a good idea to print a copy and have it back, a few copies back in the back of the room when people come here to address the court.
Not a bad idea at all.
All I had.
Thank you. Do we have any adjournments in memory?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have one today. Lynn McCracken passed away on Sunday, January 12th, 2025. She was in New York City with a group of friends when she experienced cardiac arrest. She was 84 years old. Her life and values were shaped by growing up in a small town during World War II and the Korean War. She was born on April 4th, 1940 in Oklahoma to Brewster and Frances McFadden. Brewster and Frances were classmates in the University of Oklahoma Law School, later becoming law partners along with Lucy's grandfather. Lucy was raised by a group of strong, educated women in Anadarko. Her mother, Frances, who practiced law, her beloved Aunt May, who rose into vice chairman of the Oklahoma Republican Party, and her grandmother, Maud, a college graduate and Sooner. These women helped mold Lucy's independence, intellectual curiosity, and spirit of adventure. In the spring of 1962, she attended a conference in Oklahoma City. A student from the University of Arkansas told her he had been invited to a dinner. He said he could not attend and asked Lucy if she would like to take his place. That dinner, she sat next to an AT&T recruiter. Shortly afterwards, the recruiter contacted her and asked her if she would like to come to work for AT&T in New York, and that's where her life changed dramatically. That summer, when she moved to New York, she met Dick McCracken, a recent University of Texas graduate from Corpus Christi, who was also a new Big Apple resident. They fell in love and got married at Fifth Avenue Presbyterian Church. 2.5 years later, they welcomed their first son, Brewster. In Corpus Christi, she raised their two sons and was active in the community, volunteering, particularly devoted to the Corpus Christi Junior League, where she served as president in 81 and as Bayfest chair in 84. During this period, she co-authored 3 novels and was represented by famed literary agent Virginia Barber. Faith was incredibly important in her life. She was a lifelong Christian and an active member of Parkway Presbyterian. She and Dick also supported numerous worthy local institutions and causes, including the Texas State Aquarium, the Collectors Club of the Art Museum of South Texas, and Texas A&M Corpus Christi as president club's members. She's survived by her sister Francine Tucker and her husband John, her son Brewster and daughter-in-law Sarah, her son Kevin and daughter-in-law Dawn, and her grandchildren. She was a lovely woman. She will be missed by many, and our condolences to the McCracken family for the loss of Lucy.
Yes, our condolences for sure. Yes. Any others? No. Then I would.
Do we still stand in adjournment or not?
We should, yes.
We're all too old.
Our thoughts and prayers go out to the family for sure, and that concludes our meeting for today. It is 3:56. We are finished, and thank you very much, everyone.